पोस्टमार्टम होना है, फिर अंतिम संस्कार भी होना है। हम चाहते थे कि ये लोग अरेस्ट हो गए। अब हमारी लड़ाई आगे जो लड़ाई होगी, आगे जो लड़ाई होगी, ये कोर्ट डिसाइड करेगा माता जी। और एसोसिएशन की तरफ से भी एक एडवोकेट को भी खड़ा कर रहे हैं। उसको बेल ना मिले ऐसा एसोसिएशन से भी एक कोर्ट में एक एडवोकेट भी खड़ा कर रहे हैं। ये भी बात करें, देखिए आपको कोर्ट का प्रोसीजर पता ही है, जो होना है आगे होगा। लेकिन आप सबसे निवेदन है कि अब आप लोग या उनके घर जाते या कैसा जाते देखिए, लेकिन आगे की पुलिस को कार्रवाई करने के लिए उनको थोड़ा रिलीफ दे, ये मैं आपसे निवेदन करना चाहूँगा। धन्यवाद।
Aneri, this is Rukma here. We just heard the demands of the family members of Neeraj. In the Justice for Neeraj campaign, we can see that hundreds of people have gathered there. Give us a sense of the atmosphere there. Also, clearly, there is no support for this kind of killing.
That's right. As we have been seeing and as we continue to report from here, the family members of Neeraj have been staging protests outside the police station and also have been demanding that a strictest punishment should be given to the accused of Neeraj who killed him. And as we also have access the CCTV footage where we can see how brutally and how the accused had killed him and stabbed to death. Well, now we see that the family members also have been demanding justice, and the girl Sanjana also has been saying this, that the accused should be arrested and also should be brought in front of him so that the deceased can get justice. And also in the meantime, we see that the association members of Begum Bazar area wholesale market have called for a band today in regard with the incident which has taken place in Hyderabad, where a 24-year-old was brutally killed. And also, as we have been seeing, the police officials have stated that that 4 accused have been arrested in this case and 1 person is still absconding. However, further interrogation also has been taken up by the police officials, and police also says that these 4 accused are also the relatives of Sanjana, the girl whom Neeraj got married 1 year ago, and also they have a 1-month-old kid who also is there, but now they demand justice.
Well, the demands for justice growing louder there in Begum Bazar area in Hyderabad, where another case of killing in the name of honor. Well, we'd like to know more about the case, Aneri. We believe that the brothers of the girl are involved in the killing. Police have made some arrests, but when did this happen? How did the incidents unfold? Is there any information, more information about Neeraj?
Well, as we have been seeing, this incident took place yesterday, and as I would request my video journalist to show how the protest is taking place outside the police station, and family members are demanding justice. But in the meantime, what we are learning is that at 2 p.m. the police officials, the DCP, will be holding a press conference. But also, what according to the information we have as of now is Neeraj was stabbed and later he was attacked, and which led to severe bleeding injuries. 4 persons who attacked him, and also he collapsed on the spot when this incident took place. However, a case was registered yesterday evening when this incident took place, and also we have been seeing that police has taken up further investigation into the matter. But yes, further details on what exactly transpired and why this led to the killing of Neeraj is yet to be known, as police officials will be holding an official press conference at 2 p.m. We'll have to wait for that, but also we will try and speak to some of the family members of Neeraj here and know what they have to say.
अभी कुछ नहीं मैडम, पहले हम लोग
अब यही कहना चाहते हैं, नीरज के कसूरवारों को फांसी मिले, आज के आज नीरज के साथ उनकी भी चिता जले।
So as you can see here, the family members are staging protest, and now they have been moving from the police station, demanding that the accused will be given a strictest punishment and justice will prevail to Neeraj.
Well, the information you tell us, Anire, is very sketchy as of now. Is there any information as to the whereabouts of his wife Sanjana or his son or the family members of the wife?
Well, just some time back we happened to speak to Sanjana when she was also staging protests here, and she also said that the accused are the relatives, but other people also were involved. So all of them should be arrested and should be brought in front of him, and she would want justice to be prevailed, as she has been saying that the family members of Sanjana were not supporting her marriage, and that is the reason why this incident has taken place. But however, now she has been demanding justice. Well, let me remind you, this is not the first case. Just few days back we had seen Nagraju also was stabbed to death brutally by the relatives of the girl, and this is the second such incident which has been taken place here in Hyderabad.
And Aneri, when we talk about the issue here, which has led to this kind of brutal crime, but so many people are gathered here, as we can see clearly. They believe that it's a case of killing. What are police saying? What are the charges that can be brought against the accused? Are there any leads as to who are responsible, and can the culprits be brought to book?
As I earlier mentioned, that the police officials has stated that 4 accused have been arrested in this case and 1 person is still absconding. However, total 5 accused are involved in the killing of Neeraj, and also we have been seeing that the police said that this accused are the relatives of girl, that is Sanjana, and so they are further interrogation and investigation also is being taking place on how this happened and what exactly led to the killing of Neeraj. And also we have been seeing that the police officials will be giving out all the details at 2 p.m. Shortly, in some time from now, we will be seeing a press conference which will be held in which we will be getting all the details. And also, as you can see now, the family members have been moving out from here, and police officials are also trying to bring the situation under control here in the area where the family members were staging protests.
Well, not just family.
And right now we are joined in an exclusive interview. We are joined in by the lawyer, by the petitioner of the DU professor. Sir, if I'm audible, I'm joined in by Advocate Vinny Jindal. Mr. Jindal, what's your legal comment to it? Because at the end of the day, the government says the comment made by Professor Ratan Lal is not acceptable, not according to them, but according to the Indian law, the law of the land. Advocate Jindal.
He is targeting the whole Hindu community. He is targeting the whole Hindu community, and also every shivling in which every Hindu deity has been having the faith. So the way he's put forward his comment in the manner that is very derogatory. I can't even tell what he's saying. So being a Hindu, it is a violation of the section under which the FIR has been lodged. So hopefully he will be behind the bar for a longer period, so that some sense should be given to him. And as far as my concern, I think that he should not be working as a professor in Delhi University. Delhi University is a prestigious university.
But the irony, Advocate Vinny Jindal, the irony is, and we are just trying to connect back the link with Advocate Vinny Jindal, the irony here is, viewers, that the kind of comments which were made by Professor Ratan Lal, they were there. But the kind of comments which are being made now are even far worse. That's the reality. The comments which are being made now after the Delhi police arresting Professor Ratan Lal of the DU, those comments, the people or the group, that particular group, which is trying to back Advocate Vinny Jindal, that particular group which is trying to back this professor, the kind of comments they are making now on the social networks, sir, they are far more worse. Advocate.
Yes. For this, we have also been working upon this aspect. We are ready to file complaint. Each or every person who is targeting Hindu community, who is making any kind of comment which is not been acceptable in any manner. We are in a country which is run by the law. They are talking about freedom of speech, but freedom of speech always with certain limitations. They have to follow upon this. If they are not following, we are here. We'll fight with them. We'll fight for our constitution. We will fight for our land. We'll fight for our law.
Advocate Vinny Jindal, I was just coming on that counter because they say that where is our freedom of speech? Advocate, they come on the point of freedom of speech and they have a plethora. They take out a plethora of points that this was done, point number 1, point number 2, point number 3. So on the pretext of freedom of speech, they say they are allowed to say whatever they want. Is that correct, Advocate?
This is ironically because we have seen these people, the so-called social activists, they leftists, they are on the side of other side when this kind of comment would be done against any other community. So I am not mentioning any community name, but still, being a Hindu, if they are saying anything against Hindu community, they are on the other side. But if this kind of comment comes from any other community, they are on the other side.
I would just want to give you some breaking news, sir. Advocate Vinny Jindal, I would just want to give you some news. You said only from one particular community, one particular side. No, you see the social networking sites. The comment which was made by DU Professor Ratan Lal, that was one. You have your complainant has filed, you have taken it to the court, Delhi police has acted. My point was that now the people who stand or the kind of comments which are being made up are being made from all around, and that's one particular group. And what will you do, or what will the police do? Because the kind of comments which are being made now to back Professor Ratan Lal are far more worse, sir. That's my point.
Yes, Ashwarya-ji, we are working off it. We are preparing list of every person who is making this kind of comment, who is backing this person, Ratan Lal, who is making derogatory remark against Hindu community and Shivling. We are not leave any person who is threatening us, who is trying to. I have seen on my own Twitter account, I have seen that people are using abusing language against me. They are threatening me for my life even. So I can understand what kind of people, what kind of mindset they have. So we are working on it. We will not leave any person. We'll file a separate complaint. We can file thousands of complaints. We have not been stopped here. If they are not willing to follow the rule of land, we will fight for this. We will follow. They have to follow the constitution and the law of land.
No, everyone has to, Advocate Vinny Jindal. Just one last question, sir. Just one last question before we let you go. This is not going to stop. Because they have compared Shivling to the fountain, and then the comparisons or the level of comparisons which happened. I say no comment should be made which is against anyone's deity. But the comparisons which were made to shivling under the title of freedom of speech, they have been given this authority. They have been given this right. They have been given this permission by the Indian Constitution. Is it right or is it wrong, sir, according to the Indian law? According to the law of India, do they have this right? Because that is what they say. Their counter is simple. We have freedom of speech. We can say what we want, where we want, how we want. Advocate Vinny Jindal, please clarify, sir.
Yes, if they are talking about freedom of speech, then they have to read the whole clause which is mentioned in our constitution. Freedom of speech is always with certain limitation. There are limitations. They are a line which should not be crossed by any person who is citizen of this country. But the way they are putting their views, they don't believe in Hindu religion, but it doesn't mean that they can say anything against Hindu community, Hindu religion, or Hindu godness or gods. So they have to stop. There are sections. That's why this person is behind the bar. Ratan Lal is behind the bar. There are sections 153A and 295. There are sections who is taking care of the person like this. Those who are committing upon any religion. It is not only about Hindu community. It is about every religion. If they are trying to say that, okay, now, but what they are saying, but they are trying to put this, that this is the narrative which is put by the government. It is not like that. They are intentionally doing this. This person, they are a chain. They are a line of people who are doing this kind of act regularly. We have seen several incidents since last.
So are you saying this is being deliberately done? Are you saying this is being deliberately done, Advocate? Are you saying this is being deliberately done?
Yes, definitely. If you see, since last long, there are people who is specifically mentioned Hindu community. They are making derogatory remarks and they are saying we are victim. They are then, after putting this kind of verbal comment, they are deliberately they are defaming Hindu community. Then they are playing victim card. It is in the same manner.
And you will continue your fight, sir? And you will continue your fight? Yes, definitely. We will fight. We will fight until the people who are doing this should not be behind the bar. So that was Advocate Vinny Jindal. Advocate Vinny Jindal making it clear that his fight against those who have not only made objectionable comment, that is not only Professor Ratan Lal of the DU, but now because there is a particular group viewers which has come out, and the kind of comments and the kind of comparisons which are being made now on the social networking site and other different platforms are far more, because he feels there is a far more devious plans behind it. So that was Advocate Vinny Jindal. Thank you so much for talking to Republic, sir. Thank you for that exclusive interview. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you.
Chinese troops are sitting inside India today. They are setting up the infrastructure. They're obviously preparing for something. And I can see exactly what is happening in Ukraine.
BMC issues notice to the Ranas, coming up in a short while on Republic TV. Also coming up, Union Home Minister Amit Shah in Arunachal Pradesh.
this is the very area where the tunnel collapsed yesterday, and today entire mountain that was here totally collapsed. Inclement weather conditions not favorable for the relief and rescue operation. Even the bridge Sarjeevan is showing you is not that secure, though it survived, but it is not secure as heavy rains have lashed the entire area, and now it is going to take another 1 to 2 days for them to start looking for those 9 persons who are still missing.
Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination from court premises, and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu.
Right now we are at Kardampuri, flag marches are being conducted. Sir. This is the back entrance of Mr. Chirar Pram. I came to London Foot began a deep investigation to expose Sanjay Bhandari. To understand the security situation of Srinagar, Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view. This place, this is the crater that has been created, the impact of the attack that took place.
Mega controversy erupts over Congress post on Rajiv Gandhi's death anniversary as the party rakes up Rajiv Gandhi's defense of the 1984 riots. So breaking news coming in there, the Congress posting Rajiv Gandhi's defense of the 1984 riots on the occasion of his birth anniversary. The Congress defending the 1984 riots, breaking up Rajiv Gandhi's defense of the anti-Sikh riots that took place that year. So controversial Congress post regarding the 1984 riots, which have gone down in history as the anti-Sikh riots, which caused the loss of immense lives in Delhi in particular. And the Congress now posting Rajiv Gandhi's defense of the 1984 riots. Raising a number of questions about the Congress's thoughts, the Congress's view of this particular horrifying incident. On Rajiv Gandhi's death anniversary, is the Congress flaunting the 1984 anti-Sikh riots? And on the occasion of the death anniversary of Rajiv Gandhi, former Prime Minister of India and leader of the Congress Party, the Congress has posted a remembrance of Rajiv Gandhi by repeating his defense of the 1984 anti-Sikh riots, in which a total of more than 15,000 Sikhs who were killed across 40 cities in India. Manjinder Singh Sirsa, BJP leader, is joining us right now. Mr. Sirsa, what can we say It's the death anniversary of their former leader, a former prime minister, and the Congress posting, his remark the remark that he had made during the time of the anti-Sikh riots.
See, this shows how much hate they carry against us. आज भी कांग्रेस के, गांधी परिवार के, नेहरू परिवार के मन में कितनी नफरत है हम सिखों के लिए। किस तरह से वो जो राजीव गांधी ने सिखों का कत्लेआम कराने के बाद पब्लिक प्लेटफॉर्म से ये एड्रेस करते हुए नेशन को कहा कि जब बड़ा पेट गिरता है धरती हिलती है, आज उसी मानसिकता, उसी सोच, उसी नफरत के साथ कांग्रेस इस देश में सिखों को डील कर रही है। आज भी कांग्रेस के मन में वही भाव है कि हमें खत्म किया जाए, हमें नष्ट किया जाए। ये एक तरह से हमें याद कराना, हमारे जख्मों को याद भी कराना और हमें ये एहसास भी कराना कि तुम्हारे साथ हमने क्या अत्याचार किया है। मुझे लगता है कि खाली ये भावना तक सीमित नहीं रहना चाहिए, इसके खिलाफ कानूनी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। दिल्ली पुलिस को सिखों के खिलाफ नफरत फैलाने पे, कम्युनल हेट फैलाने पे और एक कम्युनिटी को सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से डराने, धमकाने के अधीर जिनका के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए।
Yes, but Mr. Sista, ये जो है, I mean, look at this particular tweet. I mean, you have to really, be brazen to say that when a big tree falls, the ground shakes. And what was he thinking when he put out that tweet? Obviously, this is not a mistake.
No, he's trying to portray. देखिए, जब कश्मीर में कोई आतंकी मारा जाता है तो क्या कहते हैं? उसको आतंकी थोड़ा कहते हैं। वो कहते हैं शहीद हुआ, और लिखते हैं ऐसे कई शहीद होंगे। तो दे आर ट्राइंग टू पोर्ट्रे कि एक बहुत बड़ा कातिल है, इसने बहुत बड़ा उपकार किया इस सृष्टि के ऊपर, देश के ऊपर, सिखों को मारा था। ये हमारा हीरो है। जस्ट ट्राइंग टू पोर्ट्रे एज अ किलर हीरो, कि एक मारने वाला हीरो है हमारे लिए। ये मानना है कांग्रेस का, कांग्रेस की मानसिकता। इसमें हम सब जानते हैं, ये छुपी हुई बात नहीं है कि कांग्रेस के मन में सिखों के प्रति बहुत नफरत है और वो नफरत इस तरह से फैलाने की हिम्मत रखते होंगे पब्लिक प्लेटफॉर्म से आके अपने इस राजीव गांधी को एक सिखों के कातिल के रूप में प्रोजेक्ट करते हुए हीरोइक उसको पिक्चर देने की कोशिश करेंगे, उसको पोर्ट्रेट करेंगे। ये शायद हम लोगों ने कल्पना नहीं की होगी, पर मैं फिर कहना चाहता हूँ कांग्रेस इसी तरह की है, कांग्रेस की सोच और भावना इसी तरह की है। ये मुझे लगता है कि ये एक एग्जाम्पल है जो देश के लोगों को महसूस करना चाहिए कि ये किस तरह की नफरत लिए घूमते हैं और उस नफरत का नंगा नाच दिखाने में ये परवाह नहीं करते, शर्म नहीं करते उस नंगा नाच को करने में। आप बताएं, इससे ज्यादा आप क्या कहेंगे? ये क्या कांग्रेस की नफरत का नंगा नाच नहीं है? क्या कांग्रेस का ये बताना नहीं है देश के लोगों को कि इसने सिखों का कत्लेआम किया, ये हमारा हीरो है? और जो उसने हीरो ने वर्ड यूज किया था वो आज बता रहे हैं कि हमारे लिए हीरो है। तो क्या आप किस तरह की मानसिकता रखते हैं? आज मुझे लगता है देश के लोगों को ये सच है उनके सामने। कभी ऐसे वक्त आते हैं, देखिए कांग्रेस अपने बंद कमरों में तो यही डिस्कशन करती है कैसे सिखों को मारा, कैसे मारना है, लेकिन आज कहते हैं ना कि बात लबों पे आ गई, जुबान पे आ गई। जो दिल में बात थी वो दिल की बात जो आज लबों पे, जुबान पे आ गई है, बस इतना ही अंतर है। वरना कांग्रेस के अंदर यही नफरत है और उनकी हिम्मत देखिए, डेयरिंग देखिए कितने हैं वो, कि उसको पब्लिकली एडमिट कर रहे हैं, पब्लिकली एड्रेस कर रहे हैं कि हाँ हमने मारा है और ये हमारा हीरो है।
No, it's really shocking, Mr. Sista, because we're looking at the tweet and we wonder whether this was deliberate or not. Thank you, Mr. Sista, for joining us.
So, but any human being put it like this, and I think everybody must have the question in his mind कि क्या कोई इंसान, क्या कोई ह्यूमन बीइंग ऐसा कर सकता है? मुझे लगता है हर इंसान के, चाहे वो 16 साल का बच्चा भी क्यों ना हो, वो भी झूठ सोचता होगा, 80 साल का इंसान भी झूठ सोचता होगा। कोई कैसे कर सकता है ऐसे यार? कोई कैसे लिख सकता है ऐसे यार?
ये सोचिए आप, I mean, सोचिए Mr. Sista, just think about it. It's the anniversary. And of all the quotes of Rajiv Gandhi, they found just one, and that too of 1984. I can't believe it. I'm handing it back to Samiksha. Samiksha, handing it back to you.
Well, that's right. So it is the death anniversary of Rajiv Gandhi, and what we've seen essentially is that Congress leader Adhiranjan Chaudhary putting out a very sinister tweet of sorts, trying to probably in a way kind of justifying the 1984 riots. In fact, now we have the BJP also coming down heavily on the Congress leader Adhiranjan Chaudhary, and just reacting to that, we have Adhiranjan Chaudhary in a damage control mode entirely, putting out a tweet now saying that the tweet against my name in the Twitter account has nothing to do with my observation, and that it is a malicious campaign that is being propagated by these forces inimical to me. So Adhiranjan Chaudhary trying to justify the tweet that he had put out just a short while back, in a way, in sort of, trying to justify the 1984 riots. The kind of riots we saw is something that is etched in everybody's minds, and now we have BJP as well trying to come down heavily on the BJP, but Adhiranjan Chaudhary there trying to put up a show of sorts that he did not really mean what he intended to, but that tweet is kind of it points to somewhat kind of a justification, or trying to justify the kind of situation we saw back in 1984 during the time of Rajiv Gandhi, and yes, BJP leaving no opportunity there to hit back at the Congress.
Well, Aishwarya is joining us right now. Aishwarya, big blunder on the part of the Congress there, tweeting one of Rajiv Gandhi's most controversial statements made on during the 1984 anti-Sikh riots, and which had created such a furor and had hurt so many sentiments. Now the Congress party repeating it and quoting it on his death anniversary. Well, we have with us Surjit Singh, one of the victims of these horrific and shameful riots, which are a blot on the history of our country. Mr. Singh, your thoughts, even as we can only marvel at the Congress, at this blunder by the Congress. Surjit Singh, आप क्या कहना चाहोगे इस मौके पर?
हम ये कहना चाहते हैं, ये जो बयान दिया है कांग्रेसी नेताओं और लीडरों ने, जो बयान दिया है, ये बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। देखिए 37 साल हो गए 84 को जो कत्लेआम हुआ था दिल्ली में और कानपुर में, हिंदुस्तान के अलग अलग स्टेटों में हुआ था। ये जो सिखों की सबसे बड़ी दुश्मन पार्टी कांग्रेस है, इन्होंने जो बयान दिया है, असल में ये जो कत्लेआम हुआ था, दंगे हुए थे, ये राजीव गांधी ने करवाए थे। इसी ने पहले नारा दिया था, जब कोई बड़ा पेड़ गिरता धरती हिलती है, खून का बदला खून। उसके बाद ये पी प्लानिंग जो है, जो उनके जो साथी थे, सज्जन कुमार थे, जगदीश शेटलर थे, एसकेएल भगत थे, कमलनाथ थे, और जो भी लीडर थे, इन्होंने ड्यूटी लगा के ये सब कांग्रेस, ये राजीव गांधी ने पी प्लानिंग जो कत्लेआम दिल्ली में करवाया था, जो 10,000 सिखों का कत्लेआम हुआ था, आज वही इनकी मानसिकता है। वही जो सिखों के साथ जो इन्होंने किया, वही दोबारा फिर ये बात कर रहे हैं। ये जो उनके जख्म है सिखों के, उनको जो नमक डाल रहे हैं सिखों के जख्म डाल रहे हैं, ये जो उन्होंने बात आज की है राजीव गांधी के जन्मदिन पर, हम इसकी बहुत निंदा करते हैं और हम भारत सरकार से मांग करते हैं, मोदी जी से, कि जो इनके खिलाफ एसआईटी बनाई गई थी, जो जिन्होंने कत्लेआम करवाया था, जब बीजेपी की सरकार बनी थी, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था कि हम इनको समयबद्ध टाइम बाउंड करके इनको सजा देंगे, और वो जो एसआईटी बनाई थी वो उस दिन काम करना बंद कर दिया। एक सज्जन कुमार है जिसको जो सजा हुई है। हमारी मांग है कि जिसने भी ये बयान दिया है, जो कांग्रेस के लीडर हैं, इनके खिलाफ सख्त एक्शन होना चाहिए, और जो हमारे जो कातिल है, जिनको अभी तक सजा नहीं हुई, उनको सजा होनी चाहिए।
सुरजीत जी, हम समझ सकते हैं, जी हम समझ सकते हैं the sentiments which have been revived again by this blunder of the Congress. Many thanks for speaking with Republic TV. Let's go across live. Union Home Minister is in Arunachal Pradesh. Let's cut across live. There you see visuals there of Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who is visiting Arunachal Pradesh today. The border state being visited, and well, many projects there much on his agenda on the occasion. It's a two-day visit that the Union Home Minister is undertaking. The visit begins today, and there you can see him offering prayers before the shrine to Ramakrishna Paramahans. He will be inaugurating and is set to inaugurate a slew of development projects during this two-day visit, which begins today. He will be laying the foundation stone of a 51-feet statue of sage Parshuram at Wakro in Lohit district, among various other projects that he will be inaugurating.
And as Rukma was pointing out, the visuals coming to you live from Tirap in Arunachal Pradesh. Home Minister Amit Shah there, who is embarked on a two-day visit to Arunachal Pradesh. In fact, in the visuals, we can also see Kiran Rijiju, who is also present with Home Minister Amit Shah. Amit Shah, who has embarked on a two-day visit to Tirap as part of Tirap Ramakrishna mission. And the visuals on your screens as well. And Prime Minister, the Home Minister Amit Shah there is all set to take part in several programs also that will be held in Arunachal Pradesh. It's a two-day program. It's a two-day visit of Home Minister Amit Shah. There you have the Home Minister. And the visuals also coming in from Arunachal, the live visuals that are coming in of Home Minister Amit Shah, who is on a two-day visit to Arunachal Pradesh. Well, those are the live visuals that are coming in of Home Minister Amit Shah, who has arrived at Arunachal Pradesh on a two-day visit. We have Ishwara also joining us, our executive editor for politics, on the phone line to give us more information. Ishwara, what can you tell us about the itinerary of Home Minister Amit Shah during his two-day visit to Arunachal Pradesh?
And to the specific state of Arunachal Pradesh is concerned, the Home Minister has always said, and not only now, and that is the process of the Government of India as well, of the Modi government, for a special stress towards Northeast. We have seen that because there are several schemes which were launched by Government of India, Home Minister is going to be launching 3 such schemes, and the Union Home Minister and the Minister for Cooperation is also going to start not one but at least three different schemes in the border areas of Arunachal Pradesh, which has not happened prior ever. So that is going to be first. And as far as Home Minister Amit Shah is concerned, his stress on Arunachal, Assam, all the 7 states of the Northeast have been very, very intrinsic, and his point has been clear that there should be complete development in the Northeast, and it's in the same regard.
Well, Ishwara, they're bringing us all the latest as far as Home Minister Amit Shah's visit to Arunachal Pradesh is concerned. Remember, it's the second visit of Home Minister Amit Shah to Arunachal Pradesh as the Union Home Minister. He last visited Arunachal Pradesh in 2020 to attend the 34th Statehood Day celebrations, and now that's the second visit that has been undertaken by the Union Home Minister to Arunachal Pradesh. In fact, officials now saying that Shah will lay the foundation stone of several development projects also in the state. He will also be attending the Golden Jubilee celebrations of Ramakrishna Mission School at Narottam Nagar in Deomali in Tirap district. So those visuals also coming in from the Tirap district. He will be taking part in several programs, as you can see those visuals that are coming in right now. Home Minister Amit Shah on a 2-day visit to Arunachal Pradesh, the second visit of Arunachal Pradesh as a Union Home Minister, the first one that he undertook as in 2020 to attend the 34th Statehood Day celebrations in Arunachal Pradesh. And what we are also told is that during his 2-day visit, Home Minister Amit Shah will also interact with the civil society and will also lay foundation stone of several development projects and interact with security forces deployed in the forward areas along the China-Indian border as well. And the live visuals that are coming in right now, the visuals on your screens as well. This is, we are told, this is from Jammu and Kashmir, where Kashmiri Pandits are staging a protest. We will cut across to those visuals as well. The visuals, now this particular visual we are told are from J&K in Srinagar, where Pandits are protesting against the targeted killings which have been happening in J&K, and that is the protest being staged by the Kashmiri Pandits there, who we can see are standing in solidarity when it comes to all those lives that have been lost as a result of targeted killings which have happened in the state. The latest being Rahul Bhatt, who was also a victim of targeted killing that happened in J&K. The visuals are of the protesters, the Kashmiri Pandits, who are staging a protest demanding stern action when we talk about their security as well, because remember, there have been a spate of targeted killings which have been happening in J&K. The latest, of course, being Rahul Bhatt. We have Zeenat also joining us from Srinagar to give us all the latest. Zeenat, what can you tell us about these protests which are taking place in J&K, which has now entered day 10?
See, these are the visuals from the Anantnag, where the Pandits have come all together to mourn the death of Rahul Bhatt, who lost his life some 10 days back. We are seeing the visuals from across Kashmir Valley, whether it is Anantnag, it is Baramulla, or it is Srinagar. We are seeing everywhere the Kashmiri Pandits on road and protesting against the killing of Rahul Bhatt, and also demanding the government, from the government, the answers for their questions, because we are seeing that they have a lot of many demands as far as their demand for shifting them from Kashmir Valley to other parts of the country. Meanwhile, they are also demanding that if government is not able to fulfill the demand of them, then they should accept their mass resignation. Meanwhile, they also demanded that Manoj Sinha, Lieutenant Governor of J&K, should visit the Pandit colonies, but as of now, LG has not paid any visit. But yes, the divisional administration, police administration did reach to these Kashmiri Pandits, and all assurances were given to them. Meanwhile, Rahul Bhatt's wife has also been accommodated in the government sector, and LG has promised that the educational expenses of his daughter will be taken care by the government. But we are seeing that only one demand coming from the Kashmiri Pandits, that either you accept the mass resignation or you shift us from Kashmir Valley to any corner of the country.
Well, that's right, Zeenat. So those visuals, as Zeenat is pointing out, coming in from Anantnag, where people are praying for Rahul Bhatt's soul, who was a victim of targeted killing, which happened in J&K. There are protests, also simultaneous protests, which are also taking place in J&K as far as the justice that is concerned for the Kashmiri Pandits, because they are demanding security from the administration in backdrop of the spate of targeted killings which have been happening in J&K. And the visuals there on your screens as well of people paying obeisance to Rahul Bhatt, who lost his life in this terror attack that happened in J&K, and simultaneously the protests also that are being held by the Kashmiri Pandits there, demanding stern action and security as well. And cutting across to the live visuals we are getting to you from Ramban district of J&K, where the rescue operations continue after a tunnel caved in on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway. We are told that several are still fear trapped in the debris. Going straight across to Gursimran, who's reporting from the very location where the tunnel collapsed. Gursimran, if you could tell us about the death toll till now, and if any more people are feared to be trapped in the debris.
See, one more body has been found by the district administration during the relief and rescue operation. Right now we are at that very place where the relief and rescue operations are on. Gaurav is showing you the visuals today morning. Another body has been found and the efforts are on to retrieve this body. Pertinent to mention that it's now been more than a day's time we have seen that relief and rescue operations are on. Yesterday another part of this mountain collapsed, due to which the rescue and relief operations went on to zero, where they were almost having the 80%. Joined by me is SP Ramban Mohita Sharma. Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am, would like you to share some details. What is the progress of the ongoing operation?
Ji, one body has been confirmed. Another one body has been confirmed. But again, जैसे ही we started, rescuing that body, again shooting stones started coming.
We just saw some of the shooting stone coming, and even some of the rescue workers, they were running for their life. How difficult it is?
They are literally putting their lives at risk, but of course, as I said yesterday also, we won't stop till the last body is rescued. So we will continue doing.
Can we expect that by day's end this operation will come to an end?
Hopefully so. If nature is with us and the shooting stones stop coming, then of course it will be ending by an hour or two.
So an hour or two is what the administration here is expecting this operation to be. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that these rescue and relief workers, they, by risking their life, are trying to ensure that the bodies are retrieved, and the district administration is also here. It's been more than now 40 hours that the administration is here. They are monitoring each and every step that is taking place. Joined by me is Deputy Commissioner Ramban. Sir, what is the progress we have seen since morning, because you have started early morning at around 5:30?
Progress has been exceedingly good. We started this operation at 5:30 a.m. in the morning. We have been able to locate another body, but still another 7 persons at least are missing. Right now the operation has reached a very critical stage. You can see that the slide portion is on the edge, it is on the precipice. So that's why we are using machines in a very technical way, so that the body which is right now stuck in the debris is immediately removed. Just now we had a very providential escape for some of our workers there, rescue workers, when some stones started coming down. Hopefully we are looking towards an early closure of this operation by sunset.
So by sunset, this is what the administration is expecting, a closure of this operation. I will request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals. Even these gusty winds are making it really challenging for the relief and rescue workers to carry out these rescue operations. As of now, the big machines are being used to remove the debris, and then at a later stage, the NDRF and SDRF teams will also carry out the operations in such a manner that it will help to evacuate those bodies. You see how these gusty winds are making this operation almost difficult, and it is also triggering slides at some locations. If Gaurav can show you, these slides are being triggered with these gusty winds, and that has made this operation really very challenging for the relief and rescue operations. More than 40 hours of this operation, one body has been retrieved, other body has been found but is yet to be retrieved, and this is the on-ground scenario from here, because these loose composite mountains are making it really very tough for the administration to carry out the rescue and the relief operation. Here in the Ramban, where 10 people are feared to be inside this. One body has been recovered, one has been found, and the operation continues.
That's right. Good, Simran, if you could tell us more about the challenges being faced when we talk about the rescue operations, because like you're pointing out, the inclement weather, of course, and that coupled with the boulders that are constantly falling, that are hindering the rescue operations.
Yes, these big boulders and the inclement weather conditions have hampered these operations. Yesterday after 4:40 there was almost 0% work that was done, because there was heavy rains, gusty winds that are making it really difficult. But now you see these big boulders that have come, they have been almost pushed to the corner using the big machines, and now what they are doing is they are taking these debris out so that they can reach out to very place. What the administration feel is that the bodies of those maybe a miracle happens and some of those are alive, but what they feel is that all of them were very near to the opening of the tunnel, the newly constructed tunnel, when this incident happened, and that's why what they have done is they have segregated these debris into two parts. One is on the extreme this side, and what they are doing is that they are focusing on the entry of the tunnel. They are focusing on the entry point of the tunnel so that they can find out the bodies of those 9 people, probably is the number. And now the more and more teams are moving in, even the stretchers are being taken in. Possibly they have found the body, and the body is being taken out. You see, Gaurav is showing you the live visuals. First body was found yesterday, and now another body has been found from that very spot where this unfortunate incident took place day before yesterday at around 10 in the evening. Now we are almost on to the 40th hour of the rescue and relief operation, and we will continue reporting on this from the ground zero on this operation that is going on in the Ramban district of Jammu.
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors, 2 personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ के उनके पास गई उनको सुना और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर सर्वे कमिश्नर की रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने गलत ऑर्डर दिया।
Construction work was going on in this new emergency tunnel that was being constructed. There is a landslide that happened and 3 people who have been rescued, 10 people.
Nearly 280 kgs of heroin was intercepted in the high seas off the coast of Lakshadweep in a joint operation by the Indian Coast Guard and Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. Based on an input which they received last week, the team has been searching and surveying the high seas, and on 18th of May, 2 boats named the Prince and Little Jesus were intercepted by the joint team consisting of the Indian Coast Guard and the DRI officials, and 280 kgs of international grade heroin worth rupees 1,526 crores have been seized. The boats were brought back to the coast of Kochi for further interrogation, and this is the 4th major seize of narcotics by the Department of Revenue Intelligence and the Indian Coast Guard in the recent times. In the last few months since April 2021, 2,500 crores of heroin has been seized.
पहुंचेगा, बॉडी को यहां पर रिकवर कर लिया गया है। ऑपरेशन के 40वें घंटे पर दूसरी बॉडी जो है वो यहां पर रिकवर की गई है।
Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination from court premises, and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals as well.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who is involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ के उनके पास गई उनको सुना और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर सर्वे कमिश्नर की रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने गलत ऑर्डर दिया।
And getting updates on the from the Ramban rescue site where the rescue operations continue. The latest what you're told is another body has been recovered. The death toll has now risen to 3, we are told. Going straight across to Gursimran. Gursimran, take it away. Give us all the latest information you're gathering as far as the rescue operations that are concerned.
See, the death toll is at 2 now. One body that was found earlier has now been recovered. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that with this recovery, 2 deaths have been confirmed so far in tunnel collapse that has taken place in Ramban district of Jammu. And important to mention that the Gaurav is also showing you these visuals of relief and rescue operations that are going on, what they are trying to ensure. And Gaurav, I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals of this entire stretch. Not only this stretch, but also we saw how the mountain fell from that very place. I'll request Gaurav to come this way. We'll try to speak to some of the officials also to share more details about the operation, that this operation is going on. The Deputy Commissioner of the Ramban is also sharing some key details about the ongoing operation. The administration is hopeful if all goes smooth, then they will be able to complete this operation very soon. I'll request Gaurav to move this way. We have the Deputy Commissioner of the Ramban district, Masrat Islam, with us. एक और body recover हुई है. What is the status?
The second body has been retrieved after almost 2 hours of struggle. We have shifted that to the district hospital Ramban. We are ascertaining the identity of the missing person, the labourer. As and when it will be confirmed, we will share details. We have information from the people on the site that probably the other bodies are also somewhere there. There is a big boulder there, and we are trying to remove it in a very technical way. As you can see, the entire this slide has become, very, very unstable. It is on the precipice, and before there is any further slide, we would like to retrieve all the bodies.
Sir, we have seen we are already into 40th hour of the operation. How long it will go if all goes smooth?
If there is no slide immediately, further slide, we hope to complete this operation quickly before sunset.
So before sunset, they want to complete this operation. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that the relief and rescue operations are going on at this massive scale. And now what the administration is hopeful that by the sunset, they will be able to complete this operation. See how the debris are being removed at a fast pace. These operations are going on even at the 40th hour of these operation, one of the longest running relief and rescue operation. But those slides that are coming when there is a vibration that is generated, as these are the loose composite mountains, and this is making it really very challenging and difficult for the workers who are on ground, and administration is making it very sure that all goes smooth and the operation can be closed, and at earliest we'll be staying on this story right after this short break.
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors, 2 personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer-school.
Construction work was going on in this new emergency tunnel that was being constructed. There is a landslide that happened and 3 people who have been rescued. 10 people are still inside. These 2 machines, they have been pushed into the rescue and relief operations since morning, and they are trying to remove the debris, because once the debris are removed, only then they will be able to locate those 10 people who are still missing. This is the very area where the tunnel collapsed yesterday, and today entire mountain that was here totally collapsed. Inclement weather conditions, not favorable for the relief and rescue operation. Even the bridge Sarjeevan is showing you is not that secure, though it survived, but it is not secure as heavy rains have lashed the entire area, and now it is going to take another 1 to 2 days for them to start looking for those 9 persons who are still missing.
Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination from Port premises, and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals as well.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who is involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
जीने दो, अमित शाह तुम फैसला लो, हमको जीने दो, एलजी तो बहाना है, मोदी को जगाना है, एलजी तो बहाना है, मोदी को जगाना है, एलजी तो बहाना है, मोदी को जगाना है, शहीद राहुल गांधी जिंदा है। यही बताना चाहता हूँ कि आज फिर उनका 10वां दिन है और आज हम सब यहाँ
Visuals there of Kashmiri Pandits tonsuring their heads, shaving off their heads in protest over Rahul Bhatt's killing.
आज राहुल जी जो शहीद हुए हैं, जिस प्रकार से निर्मम तरीके से उनकी हत्या की गई है, आज हम उनके परिवार के साथ शाना बशाना खड़े हैं और उनके साथ जितने भी हम कश्मीरी समुदाय हैं, जितने भी हम एम्प्लॉयज़ हैं, माइनॉरिटी एम्प्लॉयज़, उनके प्रति हम सहानुभूति व्यक्त करते हैं। और जो बाल काटने की प्रक्रिया है, ये हमारे जो राहुल भाई शहीद हुए, आज उनका 10वां दिन है और ये एक वहाँ पर एक रिचुअल होता है जो कि बुढ़ापे में अगर किसी की डेथ होती है तो उसका बेटा करता है। लेकिन चूंकि राहुल जी जो कि एक होनहार अफसर थे और बहुत ही जवान थे, अभी 34 साल के थे, तो उनकी एक छोटी सी बेटी है, तो हम उस बेटी को यहाँ से बताना चाहते हैं कि वो अकेली नहीं है इस दुख की घड़ी में। हम पूरा कश्मीरी समुदाय उसके साथ खड़े हैं और शाना बशाना उसके साथ खड़े हैं। आज हमारे पास शब्द नहीं है हम किस प्रकार से उसको ये बताएं कि आज वो हमारे बीच में नहीं है। ये तो बहुत ही हमारे लिए दुख की बात है, हम उसको बचा नहीं पाए। लेकिन पता नहीं ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, ये यूटी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, ये मोदी सरकार, ये अमित शाह जी, उनके कानों तक क्यों नहीं बात पहुंचती है? क्या वो कश्मीरी पंडितों का बलिदान ऐसे ही इस कश्मीर में देना चाहती है? हम तो यहाँ पे नौकरी करने आए थे लेकिन वो नाकामयाब हो गए। हम चाहते थे हम अपने घरों में वापस आए, लेकिन ये कश्मीरियत, ये भाईचारा, ये सब ढोंग है, ये कोई भाईचारा नहीं है। यहाँ पे हमें चारा बनाया जा रहा है। वी आर बीइंग मेड कैनन पाउडर। हम कश्मीरी पंडितों को यहाँ पे बलि का बकरा बनाया जा रहा है। पॉलिटिकल मुफाद के लिए, पॉलिटिकल सौदों के लिए, उनकी अपनी कुर्सी के लिए कश्मीरी पंडित के खून को आज 32 साल के बाद भी बेचा जा रहा है। ये जो जीनोसाइड, ये जो फोर्स्ड एक्सोडस आज 1990 में शुरू हो गया था, आज 32 साल बीत जाने के बाद भी ये एक्सोडस बंद नहीं हुआ है। हम कश्मीरी पंडित अभी भी बलि के बकरे बनाए जा रहे हैं। टारगेट किलिंग अभी भी हो रही है। मोदी जी, हमें पूछना चाहते हैं आपसे कि अगर कश्मीरी पंडित के प्रति आपकी यही नीति और नीयत रही तो हम आपको यहाँ से चुनौती देना चाहते हैं कि आप आज फैसला अगर नहीं लेंगे तो आने वाला समय कश्मीरी पंडित आपका फैसला जरूर लेगा।
कितने लोगों ने यहाँ पे बाल जो है त्याग दिए हैं, उसका मतलब आपसे क्या है?
यकीन मानिए, क्योंकि ये पूरे वैली में अभी जो ये कार्यक्रम चल रहा है, जो सर मुंडवाने का जो कार्यक्रम चल रहा है, क्योंकि आज शहीद राहुल जी का यहाँ पर 10वां दिन है। इस 10वें दिन में हम लोगों के रिचुअल होते हैं, क्योंकि जो भी अपने सगी संबंधी होते हैं वो अपना बाल मुंडवाते हैं, यानी सर अपना मुंडवाते हैं, अपने बालों का त्याग करते हैं, ताकि हम लोग उस शहीद राहुल को श्रद्धांजलि पेश करें। मगर यहाँ पर तो हम लोगों ने बहुत सारे लोगों को तो रोक के रखा है, मगर यहाँ पर सारे लोगों में इतना रोष है, यहाँ पर सारे लोग कह रहे हैं कि हम सारे लोग बाल मुंडवा लेंगे, मगर हम लोग कह रहे हैं कि कम से कम 30-40 लोग तो कम से कम मुंडवा ही देंगे। अभी हम लोगों का यही अभी कार्यक्रम है, इसके बाद यही कार्यक्रम हमारा शुरू हो जाएगा, ताकि हम शहीद राहुल पर को एक श्रद्धांजलि दें और एक रोष प्रकट करें अपने इस सरकार से, ताकि वो लोग हमारा इस चीज का संज्ञान ले और हम लोगों को कश्मीरी पंडित जो एक एंडेंजर्ड स्पीशीज है उसको संरक्षण दे।
So Kashmiri Pandits protest in the valley enters its 10th day today, and as you can see that this is a form of protest that they have adopted on the 10th day of their protest to shave their heads in memory of Rahul Bhatt, whom they have termed a martyr. Kashmiri Pandits right now demanding relocation to safer areas. Well, emotional scenes break out in Anantnag as the Kashmiri Pandit protest enters its... Well, sorry about that. This is a Dogra Front protest over the killing of Kashmiri Pandits. This is a Dogra Front protesting over the killing of Kashmiri Pandits. The protest demanding implementation of loudspeaker ban as it had been passed by the municipality, and condemning the statement of Omar Abdullah that there should be a central path. Dogra protest in Anantnag over the killing of Kashmiri Pandits in Jammu and Kashmir.
सेमिनार का शीर्षक कांग्रेस पार्टी को आइडियाज फॉर डिस्ट्रॉइंग इंडिया रखना चाहिए, क्योंकि यही उनकी मानसिकता है। भारत को नीचा दिखाओ, मोदी जी से नफरत करो, और इस बात पे अब भारत की जनता को शक नहीं रहा है कि राहुल गांधी इज अ हैबिचुअल ऑफेंडर। ये हर बार गलती करते हैं और दूसरी बार इनके सामने केवल एक ही लक्ष्य होता है कि अपनी पिछली गलती से बड़ी गलती मैं कैसे करूं। एक अपरिपक्व नेता, एक पार्ट टाइम पॉलिटिशियन, आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी का विरोध कर सकते हैं, स्वस्थ राजनीति का यह हिस्सा है, लेकिन आप हमारे देश के लिए, भारत के लिए अगर अपशब्द कहेंगे, बेबुनियाद आरोप लगाएंगे, तो ना केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी पुरजोर तरीके से इसका विरोध करेगी। हमारा यह मानना है 135 करोड़ भारतीय जो हैं, वो आपकी इस नफरत की विचारधारा को नेस्त नाबूद कर देंगे। यह भी एक सवाल आता है कि क्या यह संयोग है या प्रयोग है। एक हताश कांग्रेस और उसके एक विफल नेता राहुल गांधी जब भी विदेशी धरती पर जाते हैं, चाहे वो लंदन हो, बर्कली अमेरिका में हो, सिंगापुर हो, उनके वक्तव्य कहीं ना कहीं ये दर्शाते हैं कि आज की कांग्रेस पार्टी 84 से लेके अब तक जो मिट्टी का तेल हाथ में लेके चलती है ना, मुझे दिखाओ चिंगारी, मैं डालूंगा मिट्टी का तेल, वो मिट्टी का तेल बुझा नहीं है। आग लगी रहे देश में, सौहार्द बिगड़ा रहे, एक प्रगतिशील मजबूत भारत श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में कैसे बन रहा है। और सबसे पहले मैं शुरुआत करूंगा, ये मिट्टी का तेल, राहुल गांधी कहते हैं कि बीजेपी ने देश में मिट्टी का तेल छिड़का है। नहीं राहुल गांधी जी, मिट्टी का तेल तो कांग्रेस पार्टी छिड़कती है। और बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से मैं कहता हूं, 1984 का जो नरसंहार हुआ, जो कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेताओं ने कत्लेआम करवाया, उस मिट्टी के तेल को डालने वाले कांग्रेस पार्टी के ही नेता थे। और ये ट्वीट अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी के ट्विटर हैंडल से 21 मई 2022 क्या कहता है? राजीव गांधी की तस्वीर दिखा के, व्हेन अ बिग ट्री फॉल्स द अर्थ शेक्स, जब बड़ा पेड़ गिरता है तो धरती हिलती है, और जब धरती हिलती है तो कुछ हजार नागरिक मार दिए जाते हैं। यह हालत है आज कांग्रेस पार्टी में, और यह कांग्रेस पार्टी के एक विफल पार्ट टाइम अपरिपक्व नेता मिट्टी के तेल की बात करते हैं। 8 साल विपक्ष में रहने के बाद कांग्रेस पार्टी को ऐसा लगने लगा है कि विपक्ष की केवल एक ही भूमिका होती है, हाथ में मिट्टी का तेल लेके चलो, लोगों को भड़काओ, दंगे बढ़ाओ। अगर विदेशी धरती पे हो तो भारत की सारी अच्छाइयों को छुपा के केवल बुराई करो, और वो भी झूठ बोलकर। नहीं राहुल गांधी जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी से ही सीख ले लीजिए। विपक्ष में दशकों रहे, लेकिन हमेशा अगर भूमिका निभाई तो एक सकारात्मक विपक्ष की। सत्तारूढ़ कांग्रेस को कमियां तो बताई, लेकिन सत्ता का लालच नहीं था कि सत्ता पाने के लिए हम देश का नुकसान कर देंगे। दूसरी आपत्तिजनक टिप्पणी जो उन्होंने करी है, उन्होंने कहा कि भारत में पाकिस्तान जैसे हालात हैं। राहुल गांधी जी, यह भी हमें पता है कि आपको पढ़ने लिखने में ज्यादा रुचि नहीं है। मैं केवल आपको इतना बता दूं कि जब से भारत आजाद हुआ, सरकार किसी भी पार्टी की रही हो, हमेशा लोकतंत्र का राज भारत में रहा। और पाकिस्तान वो मुल्क है, आजादी के 75 वर्षों में आधे समय वहां पे तानाशाह हुकूमत रही। यहां पर भारत श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आज पूरे विश्व को दिशा दे रहा है, चाहे वो पर्यावरण का मामला हो, चाहे आतंकवाद का मामला हो, और चाहे पूरे विश्व में वैक्सीन देकर वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की किसी ने बात को चरितार्थ किया हो, तो वो भारत है। और खबरदार राहुल गांधी, अगर एक आतंकिस्तान से, ऐसे मुल्क से जिसके पास इतने साधन भी नहीं है कि वो अपने देश को चला सके, भीख का कटोरा लेके कभी एक मुल्क की तरफ देखता है, दूसरे मुल्क की तरफ देखता है, उसकी तुलना आपने भारत से करी। भारत महान था, भारत महान है, और भारत महान रहेगा। और मुझे यह विश्वास है कि 135 करोड़ भारतीयों की यह बुलंद आवाज आप तक लंदन में भी पहुंचेगी। तीसरी बात जो उन्होंने कही है, वो उन्होंने कहा है कि भारत में लोकतंत्र खत्म हो गया है। भारत के इतिहास में अगर काला अध्याय कोई है तो वो आपातकाल है, जो स्वर्गीय प्रधानमंत्री इंदिरा गांधी जी ने लगाया। तब लोकतंत्र पे एक हमला हुआ। और ये कैसी कांग्रेस पार्टी है, ये कैसा गांधी परिवार है जिसको विश्वास नहीं सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में, जिसको विश्वास नहीं इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया में, जिसको विश्वास नहीं है प्रधानमंत्री के उच्च पद पर, जिसको लोकतंत्र के चौथे स्तंभ मीडिया पे विश्वास नहीं है, जिसको ईवीएम पे विश्वास नहीं है, और यह कहना गलत नहीं होगा कि जिसको जनता पे भी विश्वास नहीं है। यह कैसी कांग्रेस है? अभी 2 महीने पहले उत्तर प्रदेश का ही उदाहरण दे दे, एक ऐतिहासिक जीत भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने दर्ज करी। कांग्रेस पार्टी के 399 प्रत्याशी थे, 387 की जमानत जब्त हो गई। राहुल गांधी जी, आप देश के यशस्वी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से नफरत करते हैं, यह जग जाहिर है, लेकिन खबरदार, अगर आपने हमारे देश के खिलाफ एक शब्द भी कहा, एक बात और कहूंगा और बड़े भारी मन से हम ये आपके समक्ष रखेंगे। राहुल गांधी जी की राजनीति ऐसी हो गई है कि कोई पीएचडी के एग्जाम में बैठना चाहता है लेकिन किताबों से नफरत करता है और नर्सरी पास नहीं करी। विदेश नीति पे राहुल गांधी जी एबीसीडी नहीं जानते हैं और वो इस तरह के अनर्गल बयान देते हैं। राहुल गांधी जी कहते हैं कि लद्दाख में हालात यूक्रेन जैसे हैं। ये खुद में दिखाता है कि राहुल गांधी जी, आपको ना भारत की ताकत का पता है, ना विदेश नीति का ज्ञान है, और आपने ऐसा पाप किया है जो धुलने वाला नहीं है, क्योंकि यह सर्वविदित है। हमारे देश की वीर सेना के जवान कर्नल संतोष बाबू जी, इन्होंने शहादत दी भारत की धरती के लिए। भारत की ताकत यह थी कि जिस सेना को लगता था कि हम बहुत वीर हैं, उनको पीछे जाना पड़ा। उनको समझ में आया कि भारत के शूरवीर क्या हैं, लेकिन उनका भी अपमान राहुल गांधी करते हैं और लद्दाख की तुलना वो यूक्रेन से कर देते हैं। मैं सिर्फ इतना ही कहूंगा कि आज भारत श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आगे बढ़ रहा है। आप अगर एक सकारात्मक भूमिका निभाएंगे तो भी ठीक, और अगर आप नहीं निभाएंगे तो भी भारत आगे ही बढ़ेगा। और अंत करूंगा यही याद दिलाते हुए, जब अनुच्छेद 370 जो कि एक ऐतिहासिक कदम था उसको हटाया गया, तो पाकिस्तान को बड़ी परेशानी हुई। पाकिस्तान ने एक डॉजियर दिया था यूनाइटेड नेशंस में, उसकी तस्वीर मेरे पास है, और उसके पहले पृष्ठ पर किसका वक्तव्य था? राहुल गांधी जी, आपका वक्तव्य था। आप पाकिस्तान से नजदीक हो गए, अपने देश और देशवासियों से दूर हो गए। इस प्रेस वार्ता का अंत यही कह के करेंगे, पूरे विश्व को आज पता है 195 करोड़ टीके, सुरक्षा कवच अगर भारतीयों को लगे हैं तो हमारे देश की महानता है। कोविड की महामारी में कितने बड़े देश जो अपने आप को मजबूत समझते थे, कमजोर हो गए और भारत और मजबूत होकर निकला। 80 करोड़ भारतीयों को अन्न देना कि कोई भूखा ना सोए, इसकी चर्चा अगर आप राहुल गांधी जी विदेश में करते तो अच्छा होता। 11 करोड़ गैस सिलेंडर महिलाओं को देना, 11 करोड़ शौचालय बनना। आप तुलना ऐसे देशों से करते हैं जिनकी मदद आज भारत कर रहा है। नफरत का मोतियाबिंद अगर किसी को हुआ है तो वो राहुल गांधी हैं, और बड़े भारी मन से हम कहते हैं, ठीक है आप विपक्ष में हैं, विपक्ष का मतलब ये कतई नहीं है कि आप नफरत की आंधी में भारत को नुकसान पहुंचाएं। धन्यवाद।
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who's involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ के उनके पास गई उनको सुना, और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर सर्वे कमिश्नर की रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने गलत ऑर्डर दिया।
Construction work was going on in this new emergency tunnel that was being constructed. There is a landslide that happened and 3 people who have been rescued. 10 people are still inside. These 2 machines, they have been pushed into the rescue and relief operations since morning, and they are trying to remove the debris, because once the debris are removed, only then they will be able to locate those 10 people who are still missing. This is the very area where the tunnel
He had a smile on his face. He's trying to intimidate us, but fearless journalism of Republic continues. The only thing we ask right now is, what is this investigation going to come to? What is it going to unearth? Here at the ICJ, India has taken the initiative to represent and defend the rights of its own Kulbhushan Jadhav. The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir. We're going to continue tracking each and every moment, detailed coverage, exclusives, everything here at Hague for Republic.
Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant launches 3 helicopter services in Goa in association with Blade India. Says these services are necessary for Goa's tourism, medical emergency and commercial purposes. Tourists and locals will be able to access the service. Following the commencement, also assures government will gladly provide support for initiatives to promote tourism in the state. Remembering former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi on his 31st death anniversary, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi says his father was a visionary leader whose policies helped shape modern India. Rajiv Gandhi took over charge of the Congress in 1984 following the assassination of his mother and then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. He became India's youngest Prime Minister at the age of 40. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel says with the development of roads, bridges and schools, Naxal-affected Bastar is changing. Describing the picture of change, the Chief Minister said development work is going on with new bridges, culverts and roads contributing and schools which have been shut for the last 15 years resuming again. Time now for a short break. Coming up after that, it's a Mega Republic exclusive. Pictures of Nandi Mahagauri Puja procession accessed. Delhi University professor arrested over derogatory posts on Shivling. Students protest against the arrest. Congress rallies freedom of speech defense.
This is the very area where the tunnel collapsed yesterday, and today entire mountain that was here totally collapsed. Inclement weather conditions not favorable for the relief and rescue operation. Even the bridge Sarjeevan is showing you is not that secure, though it survived, but it is not secure as heavy rains have lashed the entire area, and now it is going to take another 1 to 2 days for them to start looking for those 9 persons who are still missing.
Navjot Singh Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination from court premises, and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals as well.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who is involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
We are now in Kanpur area of Nagaon district, and as you can see, we are right now riding on a country boat where people who are stranded in their houses inside the villages are trying to move away to places of safety. You can see everywhere it's only water. The water level here approximately is more than 7 to 8 meters. This area where we are sailing through happened to be a paddy field, but the floodwaters of Kapili and the Kalong River have inundated a vast area. So far, 26 districts of the state have been inundated by the flood waters. Nagaon, Hojai as well as Barak Valley being the worst this season.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ती उनके पास गई, उनको सुना और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर सर्वे कमिश्नर की रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने गलत ऑर्डर दिया।
Construction work was going on in this new emergency tunnel that was being constructed. There is a landslide that happened and 3 people who have been rescued. 10 people are still inside these 2 machines. They have been pushed into the rescue and relief operations since morning, and they are trying to remove the debris, because once the debris are removed, only then they will be able to locate those 10 people who are still missing. This is the very area.
There is an attempt at enriching our history by coming to terms with the uncomfortable truths of the past, Monojit. Let's welcome it. Why should we be uncomfortable?
Mufti Saab said that, oh, how can Muslims worship where there is a temple? When you gave the suggestion that, well, why don't we open up that place for, Hindus to worship? And Mufti Saab said, oh, how can Muslims worship? You see, the Hindu can worship in a place where there is clearly a mosque over it, but a Muslim cannot.
That place could be made a Sarv Dharm Asthal. Let the court decide about the shivling and other symbols of temple. A panel of international historians and Indian historians should be made, so that authentic truth about the history should come out.
Top headlines at 2 p.m. Never seen before videos and pictures emerged from Gyanvapi. What's the Gyanvapi truth? It's a Mega Republic exclusive. Pictures of Nandi Ma Gauri Puja procession accessed. 24-year-old killed for inter-caste marriage. India demands justice for Neeraj. Delhi University professor arrested over derogatory post on Shivling. Students protest arrest. Congress rallies. Freedom of speech defense. But complainant maintains stance, says Hindus targeted will file thousands of complaints.
Chinese troops are sitting inside India, and I can see exactly what is happening in Ukraine.
Congress lands in another mega controversy, rakes up Rajiv Gandhi's defense of 1984 riots on his death anniversary.
आदत हो गई है राहुल गांधी और गांधी परिवार की मोदी जी से नफरत की आग में जलते जलते वो भारत माता के खिलाफ ही वक्तव्य देने लगे।
BJP strikes back, rebuts. Rahul Gandhi is on an anti-India tirade. CBI quizzes West Bengal Education Minister Paresh Adhikari once again in the teachers' recruitment scam probe. Massive showdown in Bengal. Clashes erupt between BJP and TMC workers at post-poll violence protest. morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. Another case of honor killing that is coming to light from Hyderabad. The police has arrested 4 accused and one accused is now absconding. In fact, what we are told is that the accused are relatives of the girl who was married to Neeraj, the deceased 1 year ago. The family of Neeraj, remember, has been staging protest at the police station. Those are the visuals also of the 24-year-old who's been killed before his father. And the horrific incident of honor killing that is coming to light from Hyderabad. Remember, it's the second incident in recent days to have come to light of honor killing from Hyderabad. And in the CCTV visual, you can see how Neeraj was hacked to death by 5 men. So 4 accused have been apprehended, whereas 1 is still absconding. We will go across to Aneri as well, who's reporting live from Hyderabad, just the very location where there are protests also taking place over the killing of Neeraj. This is an honor killing case that is coming to light from Hyderabad, and the CCTV footage shows how 5 men were involved in the killing of Neeraj. And 4 accused have also been nabbed now, while the 5th one is still absconding. The CCTV captures the moment Neeraj was attacked by the miscreants. This is an honor killing case that is coming to light from Hyderabad. And we spoke, my colleague Aneri also spoke over an exclusive conversation over the murder of Neeraj. Let's listen.
मेरे को बस इंसाफ चाहिए और जो पकड़े बोल रहे ना पीएस वाले उनको लाओ मेरे सामने, मैं देखती वो ये लोग है या नहीं है। उन लोगों को लाओ मेरे सामने, खाली गुमराह कर रहे हैं हम लोगों को कि हम पकड़े कहाँ है, फिर वो पकड़े तो बच्चे कहाँ गए? तुम्हारे बच्चों के साथ हुआ तो तुम क्या करते? ऐसे करते तुम भी गच्चू पड़ जाते? क्या वो मुंह बंद हो गया आपका? वो कैसा निकालना अपनी लाइफ बाप के बगैर? किस पे शक है आपको? किस पे शक है? मेरे भाइयों पे शक है, बोल रही ना इन लोगों को लाओ मेरे भाइयों को मेरे सामने, मैं देखती कौन है वो कौन नहीं है।
आप सेम कास्ट से नहीं है बोल के पता चला है, तो आपके भाइयों को आपकी शादी से प्रॉब्लम थी?
हाँ प्रॉब्लम थी कि मैं शादी करी ना, उन लोगों का नाम मैं खराब कर दी बोल के उन लोगों को प्रॉब्लम थी कि बोल रहे थे 1 साल से ऐसी बोल रहे थे कि मार देंगे दोनों को मार देंगे, आज नहीं तो कल इनको मारेंगे, दोनों को नहीं छोड़ेंगे। जब उन ऐसा बोले कि हमारी बच्ची हमारे लिए मर गई, हमारा मतलब नहीं है, फिर क्यों करे लोग? मैं उनके लिए मर गई तो मेरे हस्बैंड के साथ मेरे को इंसाफ चाहिए। जो भी मेरे हस्बैंड को मारे उनको फांसी दो, उन लोगों को एक पकड़ा बोल रहे ना, लाओ सामने उन धमकी दे रहे ना, तो अब है ना बस हमको। आपकी शादी कब हुई थी? 1 साल हो गया मेरी शादी होके, अप्रैल 13 को हुई थी। 1 साल हो गया, मेरा बच्चा 1 महीने का ही है। मेरे को इंसाफ चाहिए, ये लोग पकड़े बोल रहे ना, लाओ मेरे सामने, ये सिर्फ गुमराह कर रहे पुलिस वाले। मेरे को बस इंसाफ चाहिए और जो पकड़े बोल रहे ना पीएस वाले उनको लाओ मेरे सामने, मैं देखती वो ये लोग है या नहीं है। उन लोगों को लाओ मेरे सामने, खाली गुमराह कर रहे हैं हम लोगों को कि हम पकड़े कहाँ है, फिर वो पकड़े तो बच्चे कहाँ गए? तुम्हारे बच्चों के साथ हुआ तो तुम क्या करते? ऐसे करते तुम भी गच्चू पड़ जाते? क्या वो मुंह बंद हो गया आपका? वो कैसा निकालना अपनी लाइफ बाप के बगैर? किस पे शक है आपको? किस पे शक है? मेरे भाइयों पे शक है, बोल रही ना इन लोगों को लाओ मेरे भाइयों को मेरे सामने, मैं देखती कौन है वो कौन नहीं है।
आप सेम कास्ट से नहीं है बोल के पता चला है, तो आपके भाइयों को आपकी शादी से प्रॉब्लम थी?
हाँ प्रॉब्लम थी कि मैं शादी करी ना, उन लोगों का नाम मैं खराब कर दी बोल के उन लोगों को प्रॉब्लम थी कि बोल रहे थे 1 साल से ऐसी बोल रहे थे कि मार देंगे दोनों को मार देंगे, आज नहीं तो कल इनको मारेंगे, दोनों को नहीं छोड़ेंगे। जब उन ऐसा बोले कि हमारी बच्ची हमारे लिए मर गई, हमारा मतलब नहीं है, फिर क्यों करे लोग? मैं उनके लिए मर गई तो मेरे हस्बैंड के साथ मेरे को इंसाफ चाहिए। जो भी मेरे हस्बैंड को मारे उनको फांसी दो, उन लोगों को एक पकड़ा बोल रहे ना, लाओ सामने उन धमकी दे रहे ना, तो अब है ना बस हमको। आपकी शादी कब हुई थी? 1 साल हो गया मेरी शादी होके, अप्रैल 13 को हुई थी। 1 साल हो गया, मेरा बच्चा 1 महीने का ही है। मेरे को इंसाफ चाहिए, ये लोग पकड़े बोल रहे ना, लाओ मेरे सामने, ये सिर्फ गुमराह कर रहे पुलिस वाले।
There you you heard Neeraj's wife making it very clear about her brother's involvement with respect to the murder of her husband. Also going on to add that it's been only a year since she was married to Neeraj and has a 1-month-old son as well. So very disturbing news that is coming to light from Hyderabad, an honor killing case that has come to light from Hyderabad, saying that her brothers are involved, asking for a death sentence for those involved in the killing of her husband. Also saying that, making it clear that she demands the harshest punishment for the accused. So yes, the crying and the wailing wife of Neeraj there, demanding justice for her husband. Remember, the 24-year-old Neeraj was hacked to death. We also played out the CCTV, in fact, that is on your screens right now, of how Neeraj was hacked to death by 5 people. And while 4 accused have been apprehended, 1 is still absconding. So we will go across to Aneri as well to give us more information, but that is the developing story, as the accused, 1 accused is still on the run. Going across to another big story that we are tracking, this one from J&K, where the rescue operations continue. Remember, the death toll has mounted to 2 as of now, while rescue operations are still on. There are efforts being made to rescue others who are still feared trapped in the debris. We have Gursimran joining us live from the rescue site. Gursimran, what is the latest information that you can help us with?
See, right now we are at that very spot where the relief and rescue operations are on. 3rd body has been recovered by the relief and rescue teams, and I request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals. So we also have the visuals when the body was recovered by these relief and rescue teams led by the SDRF and DRF, and 3 bodies have been recovered, 7 yet to be traced. The operation is in full swing as it has already entered 40th hour. We saw yesterday evening at around 4:40 a massive slide collapsed part of this entire mountain, due to which the operations were to be halted during midnight. But now once again the operations have been started. Even the senior officials, they are themselves monitoring. The officials from the National Highway Authority of India, they too are here, and they are ascertaining that there is no nearby threat to this bridge, because this bridge is one of the oldest bridge in this very area, and there is a continuous threat to this bridge that is already there, and that's why the officials from the National Highway Authority of India, they are here. They are trying to ascertain that there is no immediate threat to this very bridge, and also the district administration has requested the Indian Army for a possible Bailey bridge that is very near next to it, so that there can also be an alternative route to it. I request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that the officials of the National Highway Authority of India, they are sharing some key details on the highways with the district administration officials, including the SSP Ramban and the Deputy Commissioner Ramban. And apart from that, we also saw how the round-the-clock operations are underway even after 40 hours, and the attempt is to complete these operations as early as it can be. I will try to speak to some officials. We have SP Ramban, Mohita Sharma with us. Madam, 3rd body has been recovered. What is the progress so far?
Since yesterday, now total 3 bodies in total have been retrieved and shifted to DH Ramban. As per latest reports, I think another body has been found.
So 4 bodies total have been found.
That one has not been confirmed yet, but by the looks of it, it seems like another body has been found.
So we are advancing at a fast speed, we can say.
Yes, yes.
Madam, there was a possible threat to this bridge also. What has been concluded so far?
The bridge is safe as of now because the vertical pier is totally undamaged, so nothing to worry.
So nothing to worry about the bridge, but the rescue and relief operations are at next. Possibly another body has been found. Now this is the 4th body that has been found by the relief and rescue teams, but the gusty winds are now making it difficult. Gaurav is showing you the continuous visuals that the body being taken out by the officials of the NDRF as well as SDRF. Live visuals on Republic TV, the relief and rescue teams, they are trying to take out that body from this very place. So all attempts going on so as to make sure that this rescue and relief operation reaches at its end stage at an earliest. But yes, these gusty winds are making it really difficult, added by the landslides, the minor slides that are taking place every next minute. The ambulances are being moved inside the sea. That relief and rescue operation, Gaurav is showing you the visuals. We are on to the 40th hour, but in the past 1 to 2 hours there was a massive, we saw advancement in the rescue and relief operation, wherein 2 bodies have already been found today. Another body has been found, and now the attempts are being made to retrieve that body from that very place. See, the ambulances have been moved. The fire, the teams have also, additional teams have also been pushed into the service. But important to mention that the traffic on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway has temporarily been halted, as another body has been found and it has to be shifted to the nearby hospital, and that's why the entire traffic on this Jammu-Srinagar National Highway has been halted for a while now until this body is recovered from here. Senior officials monitoring the situation on ground, efforts on by the NDRF and SDRF teams to retrieve that body that has been found. This will be the 4th body that has been found. By total 10 people were missing. 1 body was found yesterday at around 12:13 p.m. followed by the recoveries that have been made today. So this operation is advancing at a rapid pace now. 4 bodies in totality have been found, and what the administration and the police feels that all other bodies, or if by God's grace anyone is alive, they will be very near to this area, because this is that very specific area which is near to the tunnel opening, and at the time when incident took place, those people were at this very place only. So now these operations are on and the efforts are being made to retrieve this body. See, this is one of the toughest operation, keeping in view this stretch that Gaurav is showing you the visuals, but this is one of the toughest stretch to work on, as this is a loose composite mountain. If Gaurav can show somewhere upside this mountain, you can see that this mountain has developed many cracks at it, these many fault lines that have been डेवलप्ड. ये देखिए जिस तरह से इस पहाड़ में दरारें आ चुकी हैं, ये सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है प्रशासन के लिए कि अगर वाइब्रेशंस की वजह से कुछ पहाड़ का एक हिस्सा भी गिरता है तो फिर रिलीफ और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस में ज़्यादा दिक्कतें हो सकती हैं, और यही कारण है कि अतिरिक्त मैन फोर्स लगाकर इस ऑपरेशन को जल्द से जल्द ख़त्म करने की कोशिश है ताकि एक पूरा सेफ रूट बनाया जा सके. कल से ही हमने देखा कि किस तरह से चुनौतियों से भरा ये ऑपरेशन रहा है. कल देर शाम बारिश ने भी इस ऑपरेशन में खलल डाला. उसके अलावा जब पहाड़ का ये जो पूरा हिस्सा था ये नीचे धंस गया था, उससे कई लोगों की ज़िंदगी पर आन पड़ी थी. हालांकि पुलिस और जो स्थानीय प्रशासन है उसकी तरफ से पहले ही सूझबूझ से इस पूरे ऑपरेशन को इस तरह से अंजाम दिया गया ताकि कोई भी ज़िंदगी और जो है वो खतरे में ना आए. लगातार जो ऑफिशियल्स हैं वो सिचुएशन को मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं. जो बॉडी एक देखी गई है उसको निकालने के लिए लगातार यहाँ पर प्रयास जारी हैं, और ये ग्राउंड जीरो से हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से 40 घंटे के बाद भी सबसे बड़ा रिलीफ और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन, जो टनल के धंसने से जो घटना सामने आई थी जिसमें कि 10 लोग जो हैं वो मिसिंग थे, उसके लिए ऑपरेशन अभी भी जारी है. 3 शव जो हैं वो निकाले जा चुके हैं, 4था शव वहाँ पर बरामद हुआ है. उसे निकालने के लिए लगातार यहाँ पर रेस्क्यू और रिलीफ ऑपरेशन जारी है, और कोशिश ये है कि इन ऑपरेशंस को जल्द से जल्द अंजाम दिया जा सके, क्योंकि शाम ढलते ही यहाँ पर मौसम जो है वो करवट बदलता है, और वही सबसे बड़ी चुनौती शाम के समय में रहती है ऑपरेशन को करने के लिए. लगातार यहाँ पर आप देखिए कि अतिरिक्त जो फोर्सेस हैं, चाहे एनडीआरएफ की बात की जाए, एसडीआरएफ की बात की जाए, तो वो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं. आईटीबीपी के डॉग स्क्वाड की भी मदद इस ऑपरेशन में ली जा रही है, और कोशिश हर वक्त ये है कि किसी तरह से अगर कोई व्यक्ति अभी भी इस ऑपरेशन के 40 घंटे के बाद भी जो करामात किसी से भगवान की दया से ज़िंदा हो तो उसे यहाँ से निकाला जा सके, क्योंकि काफ़ी मुश्किल जो है ये ज़रूर है लेकिन नामुमकिन नहीं है. और इसी चमत्कार की उम्मीद जो है वो यहाँ के लोग, स्थानीय प्रशासन भी यहाँ पे कर रहा है कि जल्द से जल्द कोई खुशखबरी यहाँ पर आए, अगर कोई ज़िंदा है तो उसे यहाँ से बाहर निकाला जा सके. लेकिन अभी तक की जो खबर वो यही है कि 4 जो बॉडीज़ हैं वो मिली हैं, 3 को बाहर निकाला जा चुका है. एक के लिए जो एसडीआरएफ और एनडीआरएफ का ऑपरेशन है वो लगातार यहाँ पर जारी है, और कोशिश ये है कि जल्द से जल्द इस ऑपरेशन को ख़त्म किया जा सके. जिस तरह से डिप्टी कमिश्नर रामबन ने भी ये बताया कि इस ऑपरेशन को सनसेट से, यानी कि शाम ढलने से पहले ख़त्म करने की कोशिश की जा रही है. वो कोशिश इसलिए की जा रही है क्योंकि शाम ढलने के बाद यहाँ पे मौसम कुछ इस तरह से करवट
भारत माता की। मंच पर उपस्थित पूज्य स्वामी गौतमानंद जी महाराज, मोदी जी की कैबिनेट में मेरे साथी, मेरे मित्र, भारत के न्याय और विधि मंत्री श्रीमान किरण रिजिजू जी, अरुणाचल के ऊर्जावान, युवा और लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री भाई प्रेमा खांडू जी, हमारे उप मुख्यमंत्री महोदय, हमारे शिक्षा मंत्री महोदय, अरुणाचल के गृह मंत्री महोदय, हमारे सांसद और अरुणाचल भाजपा के नेता श्री तापिर गांव जी, यहां पर उपस्थित अन्य मंत्रीगण, शिक्षा आयुक्त अरुणाचल प्रदेश, आज जिनके निमंत्रण पर मैं यहां आया हूं, स्वामी अच्युतानंद जी, स्वामी सर्वज्ञानंद जी, और आज इस समारोह में उपस्थित सभी सन्यासी गण को मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और उपस्थित भाइयों बहनों आप सभी को जय हिंद कहकर मेरी बात की शुरुआत करता हूं। मैं जब भी अरुणाचल आता हूं तो हमेशा कोई सामने मिलता है और हाथ जोड़कर नमस्ते की जगह जय हिंद कहता है तो शरीर के रोंगटे खड़े हो जाते हैं। पूरे देश भर में इतनी राष्ट्रभक्ति और इतनी जागरूकता शायद मेरे अरुणाचल में ही है और कहीं पर नहीं है। मित्रों, आज एक बहुत पवित्र अवसर पर मैं यहां पर आया हूं। 50 साल से यहां पर एक संस्था के अंतर्गत अनेक सन्यासियों ने इस क्षेत्र के अनेक बच्चे के जीवन को मंदिर बनाने का काम किया है। मेरे गांव में एक सन्यासी रहा करते थे। मैं बचपन में राम जी मंदिर था, वहां जाता था। वो हम बच्चों के सामने कुछ उपदेश दिया करते थे। वो हमेशा कहते थे, मंदिर बनाना बहुत बड़ी बात है, बहुत पुण्य का काम है। स्कूल बनाना इससे भी बड़ा पुण्य का काम है, मगर एक व्यक्ति को अच्छा इंसान बनाना इससे बड़ी पुण्य की बात कोई हो नहीं सकती। और 50 साल तक रामकृष्ण मठ ने एक काम, जहां पर कोई आ नहीं सकता, सोच नहीं सकता, उस जगह पर रहकर सातत्यपूर्ण तरीके से, बिना थके, बिना हारे, अक्षय ऊर्जा कहां से मिलती है मैं समझ नहीं पाता। अक्षय ऊर्जा का स्रोत शायद परमहंस रामकृष्ण से प्राप्त करते हैं या चेतना के स्रोत, पूरे देश के लिए चेतना के स्रोत स्वामी विवेकानंद के उपदेशों से प्राप्त करते हैं। मगर अक्षय ऊर्जा के साथ 50 साल तक अक्षुण्ण रूप से ये सेवा के भाव को चालू रखने के लिए मैं रामकृष्ण मिशन के सभी सन्यासियों को करबद्ध प्रणाम कर कर मेरा धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। मैं यहां आया तब मुझे हेलीपैड पर लेने के लिए हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी आए थे, किरण रिजिजू मेरे साथ थे। वो रास्ते में मुझसे बात करते थे। अरुणाचल एक दृष्टि से देखें तो सात अर्थ में नॉर्थ ईस्ट है। नॉर्थ ईस्ट में भी नॉर्थ ईस्ट अरुणाचल, और समग्र नॉर्थ ईस्ट के अंदर कई प्रकार की समस्याओं को हमने सालों तक झेला है। अब धीरे धीरे समस्या का निरसन भी हो रहा है, निवारण भी हो रहा है। परंतु अरुणाचल कभी भी इस समस्याओं से घिरी हुई नहीं देखा। अरुणाचल के समस्याओं को हमने कभी भी वो समस्याओं के कारण संताप में नहीं देखा है। इसका कारण 50-55 साल से रामकृष्ण मठ का यहां सेवा का यज्ञ जो चल रहा है। मेरे राज्य में भी रामकृष्ण मिशन की गतिविधियां हैं। देश के हर क्षेत्र के अंदर है, दूरदराज पहाड़ी इलाकों में है, आदिवासी क्षेत्रों में है, हर जगह जहां जहां रामकृष्ण मिशन ने काम किया, अपना मिशन लेकर पहुंचे, उन्होंने सबसे बड़ा काम किया स्थानीय संस्कृति, स्थानीय सभ्यता, स्थानीय संगीत, स्थानीय भाषा और स्वधर्म को बचाने का काम किया और उसको अक्षुण्ण रखने का काम किया। और पूरा अरुणाचल आज राष्ट्र की मुख्य धारा में है, अपनी संस्कृति को संजोए हुए, अपने संगीत को संजोए हुए, अपनी भाषा को भी बचाए हुए और स्वधर्म के मार्ग पर चल रहा है। उसका मुख्य कारण 55 साल से रामकृष्ण मठ के सन्यासियों ने यहां जो तपस्या करी है वो है। आज मैं यहां आया हूं तब लोथा खुनबाओं को और डांगवांग को भी प्रणाम कर कर मेरी बात की शुरुआत करना चाहता हूं। और उन्हीं के नाम पर एक क्षेत्र को नरोत्तम नगर से हम जानते हैं। मित्रों, अरुणाचल एक ऐसा प्रदेश है जिसने कई संकट झेले, परंतु भारत के साथ अपना आत्मीय रिश्ता हमेशा के लिए बनाए रखा है। और इसलिए जब जब भी अरुणाचल आते हैं, यहां से एक ऊर्जा और देशभक्ति के संस्कार लेकर ही वापस जाते हैं। मैं अरुणाचल की जनता को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं, बहुत बहुत अरुणाचल की जनता को प्रणाम करना चाहता हूं। रामकृष्ण मिशन एक परमहंस की स्मृति में एक सन्यासी ने दी हुई सबसे बड़ी गुरु दक्षिणा है। भारत में
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors, 2 personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
Navjot Singh Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination from court premises, and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals as well.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who is involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ के उनके पास गई उनको सुना और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर सर्वे कमिश्नर की रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने गलत ऑर्डर दिया।
और समाज की आंतरिक चेतना जो हमारी संस्कृति होती है, इस पर कितने प्रकार के आक्रमण को रोकते रोकते आज रामकृष्ण मिशन ने एक पुण्य का बहुत बड़ा लोक अर्जित किया है और पूरा देश ये पुण्य के लोक को प्रणाम करता है। और आज मैं भी यहाँ पर एक चिट्ठी मुझे लिखी थी अच्युतानंद जी ने, मैंने तुरंत ही प्रेमा खांडू को फोन कर दिया था कि मैं आऊंगा। मैं यहाँ जो संतगण बैठे हैं, सन्यासी बैठे हैं, मैं आप लोगों की तरह सब कुछ छोड़कर यहाँ आ तो नहीं सकता हूँ, मगर सब कुछ छोड़कर आप यहाँ काम कर रहे हैं, इसको प्रणाम कर कर, उसको अनुमोदन कर कर जरूर मैं आपको यहाँ पर आकर मिल तो सकता हूँ, इसलिए आज मैं यहाँ पर उपस्थित। मित्रों, अरुणाचल जैसा मैंने कहा नॉर्थ ईस्ट में भी नॉर्थ ईस्ट है और मोदी जी ने 2014 से हमारे उत्तर पूर्व को अनेक समस्याओं से ग्रस्त नॉर्थ ईस्ट को बदलने का शुरुआत किया। मैं मेरे जीवन में नॉर्थ ईस्ट में पहली बार विद्यार्थी परिषद के कार्यक्रम में आया था।
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors, 2 personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
Construction work was going on in this new emergency tunnel that was being constructed. There is a landslide that happened and 3 people who have been rescued. 10 people are still inside these 2 machines. They have been pushed into the rescue and relief operations since morning, and they are trying to remove the debris because once the debris are removed, only then they will be able to locate those 10 people who are still missing. This is the very area where the tunnel collapsed yesterday, and today entire mountain that was here totally collapsed. Inclement weather conditions not favorable for the relief and rescue operation. Even the bridge Sarjeevan is showing you is not that secure, though it survived, but it is not secure as heavy rains have lashed the entire area, and now it is going to take another 1 to 2 days for them to start looking for those 9 persons who are still missing.
Navjot Singh Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination from court premises, and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals as well.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is this?
The row over the controversial social media post of Delhi University Professor Ratan Lal over Gyanvapi Mosque, for which he has also been arrested. Republic spoke exclusively to the complainant. Speaking to Republic, the complainant alleged that Hindus were targeted by the social media post and that he would file thousands of such complaints for derogatory posts.
Mr. Jindal, what's your legal comment to it? Because at the end of the day, the government says the comment made by Professor Ratan Lal is not acceptable, not according to them, but according to the Indian law, the law of the land. Advocate Jindal.
He is targeting the whole Hindu community, and also every shivling in which every Hindu deity has been having the faith. So the way he's put forward his comment in the manner that is very derogatory, I can't even tell what he's saying. So being a Hindu, it is a violation of the section under which the FIR has been lodged. So hopefully he will be behind the bar for a longer period, so that some sense should be given to him. And as far as my concern, I think that he should not be working as a professor in Delhi University. Delhi University is a prestigious university.
But the irony, Advocate Vinny Jindal, the kind of comments which were made by Professor Ratan Lal, they were there. But the kind of comments which are being made now are even far worse. That's the reality. That's the reality. The comments which are being made now after the Delhi police arresting Professor Ratan Lal of the DU, those comments, the people or the group, that particular group, which is trying to back Advocate Vinay Jindal, that particular group which is trying to back this professor, the kind of comments they are making now on the social networks, sir, they are far more worse. Advocate.
Yes. For this, we have also been working upon this aspect. We are ready to file complaint. Each or every person who is targeting Hindu community, who is making any kind of comment which is not been acceptable in any manner. We are in a country which is run by the law. They are talking about freedom of speech, but freedom of speech always with certain limitations. They have to follow upon this. If they are not following, we are here. We'll fight with them. We'll fight for our constitution. We will fight for our land. We'll fight for our law.
Advocate, they come on the point of freedom of speech and they have a plethora. They take out a plethora of points. That this was done, point number 1, point number 2, point number 3. So on the pretext of freedom of speech, they say they are allowed to say whatever they want. Is that correct, Advocate?
This is ironically because we have seen these people, the so-called social activists, they leftists, they are on the side of other side when this kind of comment would be done against any other community. So I am not mentioning any community name, but still, being a Hindu, if they are saying anything against Hindu community, they are on the other side. But if this kind of comments come from any other community, they are on the other side.
I would just want to give you some breaking news, sir. Advocate Vinay Jindal, I would just want to give you some news. You said only from one particular community, one particular side. No, you see the social networking sites. The comment which was made by DU Professor Ratan Lal, that was one. Your complainant has filed, you have taken it to the court, Delhi police has acted. My point was that now the people who stand or the kind of comments which are being made up are being made from all around, and that's one particular group. And what will you do, or what will the police do? Because the kind of comments which are being made now to back Professor Ratan Lal are far more worse, sir. That's my point.
Yes, Aishwarya ji, we are working off it. We are preparing list of every person who is making this kind of comment, who is backing this person, Ratan Lal, who is making derogatory remark against Hindu community and Shivling. We are not leave any person who is threatening us, who is trying to. I have seen on my own Twitter account, I have seen that people are using abusing language against me. They are threatening me for my life even. So I can understand what kind of people, what kind of mindset they have. So we are working on it. We will not leave any person. We'll file a separate complaint. We can file thousands of complaints. We have not been stopped here. If they are not willing to follow the rule of land, we'll fight for this. We will follow. They have to follow the constitution and the law of land.
No, everyone has to advocate, Vinay Jindal. Just one last question, sir. Just one last question before we let you go. This is not going to stop. Because they have compared Shivling to the fountain, and then the comparisons or the level of comparisons. I say no comment should be made which is against anyone's deity. But the comparisons which were made to Shivling under the title of freedom of speech, they have been given this authority. They have been given this right. They have been given this permission by the Indian Constitution. Is it right or is it wrong, sir, according to the Indian law? According to the law of India, do they have this right? Because that is what they say. Their counter is simple. We have freedom of speech. We can say what we want, where we want, how we want. Advocate Vinay Jindal, please clarify, sir.
Yes, if they are talking about freedom of speech, then they have to read the whole clause which is mentioned in our constitution. Freedom of speech is always with certain limitation. There are limitations. There are a line which should not be crossed by any person who is citizen of this country. But the way they are putting their views, they don't believe in Hindu religion. but it doesn't mean that they can say anything against Hindu community, Hindu religion, or Hindu godness or gods. So they have to stop. They are sections. That's why this person is behind the bar. Ratan Lal is behind the bar. There are section 153A and 295. There are sections who is taking care of the person like this. Those who are committing upon any religion. It is not only about Hindu community. It is about every religion. If they are trying to say that, okay, now what they are saying, but they are trying to put this, that this is the narrative which is put by the government. It is not like that. They are intentionally doing this. This person, they are a chain, they are a line of people who are doing this kind of act regularly. We have seen several incidents since last.
So are you saying this is being deliberately done? Are you saying this is being deliberately done, Advocate?
Yes,
are you saying this is being deliberately done?
Yes, definitely. If you see since last long, there are people who is specifically mentioned Hindu community. They are making derogatory remark and they are saying we are victim. They are then after putting this kind of verbal comment, they are deliberately they are defaming Hindu community. Then they are playing victim card. It is in the same manner.
And you will continue your fight, sir? And you will continue your fight?
Yes, definitely. We will fight. We will fight until the people who are doing this should not be behind the bar.
So that was Advocate Vinny Jindal. Advocate Vinny Jindal making it clear that his fight against those who have not only made objectionable comment, that is not only Professor Ratan Lal of the DU, but now because there is a particular group of viewers which has come out, and the kind of comments and the kind of comparisons which are being made now on the social networking site and other different platforms are far more, because he feels there is a far more devious plans behind it.
Now, another honor-killing incident has come to light from Hyderabad. While 4 accused have been apprehended, one is still absconding. Accused are relatives of the girl who got married to Neeraj just 1 year ago. In fact, while family of Neeraj has also been staging protest at the police station, listening to the gut-wrenching words of Neeraj's wife, who demands nothing less than death sentence for the accused.
मेरे को बस इंसाफ चाहिए और जो पकड़े बोल रहे ना पीएस वाले उनको लाओ मेरे सामने, मैं देखती वो ये लोग है या नहीं है, उन लोगों को लाओ मेरे सामने। खाली गुमराह कर रहे हैं हम लोगों को कि हम पकड़े कहाँ है, फिर वो पकड़े तो बच्चे कहाँ गए? तुम्हारे बच्चों के साथ हुआ तो तुम क्या करते? ऐसे करते तुम भी गच्चू भर आते? क्या वो मुंह बंद हो गया आपका? वो कैसा निकालना अपनी लाइफ बाप की बगैर? किस पे शक है आपको? किस पे शक है? मेरे भाइयों पे शक है। बोल रही ना इन लोगों को लाओ मेरे भाइयों को मेरे सामने, मैं देखती कौन है वो कौन नहीं है।
आप सेम कास्ट से नहीं है बोल के पता चला है, तो आपके भाइयों को आपकी शादी से प्रॉब्लम थी?
हाँ प्रॉब्लम थी कि मैं शादी करी ना, उन लोगों का नाम मैं खराब कर दी बोल के उन लोगों को प्रॉब्लम थी कि बोल रहे थे 1 साल से ऐसी बोल रहे थे कि मार देंगे दोनों को मार देंगे, आज नहीं तो कल इनको मारेंगे, दोनों को नहीं छोड़ेंगे। जब उन ऐसा बोले कि हमारी बच्ची हमारे लिए मर गई, हमारा मतलब नहीं है, फिर क्यों करे लोग? मैं उनके लिए मर गई तो मेरे हस्बैंड के साथ मेरे को इंसाफ चाहिए। जो भी मेरे हस्बैंड को मारे उनको फांसी दो, उन लोगों को एक पकड़ा बोल रहे ना, लाओ सामने
उन धमकी दे रहे ना, तो अब है ना बस हमको। आपकी शादी कब हुई थी?
1 साल हो गया मेरी शादी होके, अप्रैल 13 को हुई थी। 1 साल हो गया, मेरा बच्चा 1 महीने का ही है। मेरे को इंसाफ चाहिए। ये लोग पकड़े बोल रहे ना, लाओ मेरे सामने। ये सिर्फ गुमराह कर रहे पुलिस वाले।
We have Aneri also joining us live from Hyderabad. Aneri, we just heard the soundbite of Neeraj's wife making it very clear that she demands nothing less than death sentence for the accused, and also saying that her brothers are involved in this particular murder case. If you could give us more details, because this is the second incident that is coming to light from Hyderabad in recent days.
That's right. As we have been seeing, this is yet another incident which has taken place in Hyderabad. Just few days back, we had seen another incident, and now one more incident of honor killing which has taken place in Hyderabad, where a 24-year-old Neeraj was stabbed to death, brutally killed by the relatives of his wife, Santana. And also in the meantime, we have been seeing that the police officials say that they have arrested 4 accused in this case. One person is still absconding. However, further investigation and interrogation of these 4 accused who have been taken into custody is being going on by the police officials. And sometime from now, we will be seeing a press conference also being held officially by the police DCP in this regard, and also further details will be revealed. However, we saw a massive protest being held by the family members of Neeraj, and also various association members had joined the protest demanding justice. And also, when we happened to speak to Sanjana, also she had stated the accused should be brought in front of her and a strictest punishment should be given. However, we also have been seeing that the political parties across the state of Telangana have been blaming the TRS government over the law and order situation in the state, and also they have been demanding that justice should prevail immediately to Neeraj.
Well, absolutely, Aneri. So as Aneri rightly pointing it out, law and order situation is in complete disarray if we talk about Hyderabad. Remember, this is the second incident of honor killing that is coming to light from Hyderabad. This is in fact the CCTV footage which shows exactly how the incident unraveled. You can see how 5 miscreants, they murdered him, they hacked Neeraj to death, while the 4 of these 5 have been apprehended. 1 is still absconding, and what is sad is that even more sad is that the 24-year-old was killed in front of his father. So yes, the chorus now only growing stronger for justice for Neeraj, because this is the second such incident of honor killing that is coming to light from Hyderabad. And we also heard the soundbite of Neeraj's wife, who says that her brothers are involved in the killing of her husband and demanding a death sentence for the accused. So the latest what we know is that 4 accused have been arrested, while 1 is still absconding. And as Aneri was pointing out, an important press conference will also be addressed shortly, in which we can expect more details as to the probe into nabbing the accused who is still on the... So the 24-year-old was survived by his wife and 1-month-old son. And on to more breaking news coming in. This one with respect to the Gyanvapi Mosque. It's an exclusive that never seen before. Pictures of March Shringar Gauri from the spot where puja is performed in Gyanvapi. Clear pictures that we will also put out of Nandi that is facing the Shivling, the visuals that we've accessed. And this is a particular visual of the procession, the March Shringar Gauri Puja, which is taking place. The visual that we've accessed shows the spot where puja is performed in Gyanvapi. A clear picture of Nandi as well facing the Shivling. In fact, Republic also spoke to the man who offered prayers at Shringar Gauri temple. Let's listen into that exclusive conversation.
Republic TV has exclusively accessed a video in which people from Varanasi are seen offering prayers there at Ma Gauri Shringar temple there inside Gyanvapi Mosque. The man who is seen in this video, in that particular video, is right now with us, Mr. Gulshan Kapoor. Gulshan जी, एक वीडियो है, अगर आप ये देखें, ये फोटो में दिख रहे हैं, ये आप ही हैं? जी हाँ, मैं हूँ। ये वीडियो हमारे पास आया है। ये वीडियो सबसे पहले मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि वीडियो कब का है?
ये 5 अप्रैल इसी वर्ष का है, 5 अप्रैल 22 का ही है। वर्ष में एक दिन जो चैत्र नवरात्र की चतुर्थी के दिन दर्शन खुलता है, उस दिन का ये वीडियो है। अच्छा। जिस दिन हम लोगों ने पूर्ण विधि विधान से पारंपरिक तरीके से पूजन किया था। अच्छा। जी। साथ साथ एक वीडियो और भी है जिसमें कई सारे लोग डमरू बजाते हुए एक यात्रा के साथ पहुंच रहे हैं, वो भी उसी दिन का वीडियो है? जी, ये इस बारे में थोड़ा सा मैं विस्तार से बताना चाहूँगा कि स्थानीय प्रशासन अपनी सरकारों को प्रसन्न करने के उद्देश्य से माता श्रृंगार गौरी जो ज्ञानवापी के विवादित क्षेत्र से बाहर थी, बैरिकेटिंग के बाहर थी, ये 1998 में इस दर्शन को बंद कर दिया गया था, जिसके लिए काशी में काफ़ी जन आंदोलन हुए थे। तमाम हिंदू संगठन काशी वासियों ने मिलकर इस आंदोलन को किया था। धरना, प्रदर्शन, ज्ञापन इत्यादि सारे कार्य यहाँ हुए हर तरह के आंदोलन में, जिससे 2006 में स्थानीय प्रशासन ने फिर वर्ष में एक दिन जो माता का विशेष दिन होता है चतुर्थी का, उस दिन दर्शन के लिए उस मंदिर को खोलना प्रारंभ किया। और तब से लगातार 2006 से हम हमारे समूह के सारे हमारे साथीगण वो इस दर्शन को करते चले आ रहे हैं। अच्छा, दूसरी बात मैं एक बात और समझ आता हूँ, ये जो पूजा होती है इसकी विधि क्या होती है? आप, क्योंकि मैं देख रहा हूँ कि आप जल छिड़क रहे हैं उसमें वीडियो के अंदर, साथ साथ कई लोग हैं,
किन किन मंत्रों का उच्चारण होता है और क्या विधि होती है?
ये माता का ज्ञानवापी पे चूंकि स्थित है और हमारे सनातन धर्म में स्थान का बहुत ही महत्व होता है और ये ज्ञानवापी कूप का जल होता है। ज्ञानवापी कूप के जल से पहले माता का स्थान धोया जाता है, माता का स्नान कराया जाता है, उसके बाद एक भव्य श्रृंगार और पूजन किया जाता है, जिसके बाद और दर्शन और आरती के पश्चात माता का मंदिर मानकर उस पूरे मस्जिद की परिक्रमा की जाती है। उसके बाद माता को नारियल का भेंट चढ़ाया जाता है और ध्वज लगाया जाता है।
अच्छा, एक वीडियो और है, मैं कहूँगा अगर मनीष इस पर जूम करें, ये एक वीडियो है, फोटो है, वीडियो से नहीं का एक हिस्सा है। मैं आपसे कहूँगा ये वीडियो आप, ये जगह भी आप देखिए, ये फोटो देखिए,
ये देखिए इस फोटो में स्पष्ट है कि बैरिकेटिंग के बाहर है। बैरिकेटिंग आपको पीछे 10-12 फीट पीछे दिखाई दे रही है। यही माता श्रृंगार गौरी का चौखट का स्थान है और जो माता का प्राचीन मंदिर था, उस मंदिर को औरंगजेब के ही शासन में जब तोड़ा गया था, उसी समय इस मंदिर को भी तोड़ दिया गया था। लेकिन हमारे धर्म में स्थान का महत्व होने के कारण हम लोग उस स्थान पे ही को ही मानते हैं और जब से मंदिर टूटा तब से ही इस स्थान पे श्रृंगार गौरी माता का दर्शन पूजन हो रहा है।
बहुत महत्वपूर्ण चीज़ मैं आपसे पूछना चाह रहा हूँ, एक चीज़ और देखिए, ये एक और है,
ये जी माता का ये दिव्य फोटो है। ये यही माता श्रृंगार गौरी हैं, जिसपे मुकोटा लगाकर व्यास परिवार इस पूजन विधि को संपन्न कराता है।
ये माँ श्रृंगार गौरी की फोटो?
जी, मैं ये माता श्रृंगार गौरी की फोटो है।
अच्छा, ये फोटो किस तरह से सजाई जाती है और ये कहाँ पर स्थित है, अगर आप बता सकें?
ये ज्ञानवापी
मस्जिद के आसपास,
ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद का जो पश्चिमी छोर है, पश्चिमी छोर पे जब प्राचीन मंदिर था तो वहाँ श्रृंगार मंडप करके माता श्रृंगार गौरी का मंदिर था। तो वो मंदिर जब तोड़ दिया गया तो उस स्थान पे वहाँ पूजन होता रहा। क्योंकि मैं एक चीज़ और स्पष्ट कर दूं कि मस्जिद जब से टूटा तब से वहाँ मुसलमान नमाज पढ़ने नहीं आते थे, बस एक मस्जिद का नाम था। लेकिन 92 की घटना के बाद वहाँ मुसलमानों की भीड़ हुई, क्योंकि हम लोग वहीं पैदा हुए हैं, वहीं खेले कूदे हैं और पूरा हम लोग मस्जिद में ही खूब आना जाना था। बचपन पूरा हम लोगों का ज्ञानवापी में बीता है। ज्ञानवापी से 5-7 मकान बासी मेरा मकान है, जहाँ मेरा जन्म हुआ है। तब से हम लोग वहाँ खेलते कूदते आए हैं। लेकिन जब 92 घटना के बाद वहाँ मुसलमानों के आना जाना बढ़ा, क्योंकि ये मुस्लिम धर्म में भी कहा जाता है कि विवादित स्थल पे या कहीं बुत हो, वहाँ नमाज पूर्ण नहीं मानी जाती। तो ये बुत पूरे मूर्तियों के स्थान पे ये नमाज पढ़ने ज़बरदस्ती जाने लगे और तब से ये भीड़ हुई है, प्रतिबंध लगे हैं।
This is the man, his name is Gulshan Kapoor and he lives there right next to the Gyanvapi Mosque and he is the one who performs puja every year. Remember that there is a petition also in the court where it has been requested to court to allow the people to offer prayers every day of the year. Though if you talk about current situation, people are allowed to offer prayers only once in a year, and this picture and the videos which we have accessed is of the April of this year.
Not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who is involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ के उनके पास गई उनको सुना और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर सर्वे कमिश्नर की रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने गलत ऑर्डर दिया।
Construction work was going on in this new emergency tunnel that was being constructed. There is a landslide that happened and 3 people who have been rescued. 10 people are still inside these 2 machines. They have been pushed into the rescue and relief operations since morning, and they are trying to remove the debris, because once the debris are removed, only then they will be able to locate those 10 people who are still missing. This is the very area where the tunnel collapsed yesterday.
Now in news break coming in from MP, a differently abled elderly person identified as Bhanwar Lal Jain was allegedly beaten to death on Friday in MP's Neemuch district. Reports suggest that the elderly man was thrashed in Neemuch over suspicion of belonging to a particular religion. The accused person, identified as Dinesh Kushwaha in the viral video, can be seen asking the deceased, "Show me your identity card," while thrashing him. He was later found dead. The police, we are told, have started the search operations for the accused after registering a case under the relevant sections. So further probe is on into the matter, but the visuals there are on your screens as well of a man brutally beaten to death, and the accused, whose name has been identified as Dinesh Kushwaha, is on the run, and further probe is on as the accused has been booked under the relevant sections. In fact, let's listen into the soundbite of the police official as well on the probe so far.
राकेश जी जैन को उनके मोबाइल पर एक वीडियो प्राप्त हुआ जिसमें उनके भाई भंवरलाल मृतक को एक व्यक्ति मारपीट करते हुए दिखाई दे रहे थे। उस वीडियो की जांच करते हुए मनासा आए और यहाँ पर उनके द्वारा पता किया गया तो उनके भाई को मनासा निवासी दिनेश कुशवाहा द्वारा मारपीट किया जाना ज्ञात हुआ, जिसको लेकर के उनके द्वारा एक आवेदन पत्र दिया गया, जिसपे से प्रथम दृष्टया हमारे द्वारा भारतीय दंड विधान की धारा 304 पार्ट 2 और 302 भारतीय दंड विधान के तहत प्रथम दृष्टया मुकदमा दर्ज किया गया है।
This is the very area where the tunnel collapsed yesterday, and today entire mountain that was here totally collapsed. Inclement weather conditions, not favorable for the relief and rescue operation. Even the bridge Sarjeevan is showing you is not that secure, though it survived, but it is not secure as heavy rains have lashed the entire area, and now it is going to take another 1 to 2 days for them to start looking for those 9 persons who are still missing.
Navjot Singh Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination from court premises and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals as well.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who is involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ के उनके पास गई उनको सुना और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर सर्वे कमिश्नर की रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने गलत ऑर्डर.
What I have seen over the last few days, we won't allow the survey, we won't accept the survey, we will block the survey, but will blocking the survey change the fact? After all, history should be about fact.
It was a fountain of Shiva Tattva. So, I mean, there are innumerable historical records that clearly testify to the fact that the original Kashi Vishveshwara temple existed on the site which Aurangzeb demolished and replaced it with what is today known as a Gyanvapi mosque.
The response is okay. थी मंदिर तो क्या अब क्या अप्रोच यही है.
वो तारीख के वो तारीख के औराक भी होंगे आपके सामने, जिस तारीख के औराक में वहां के कोर्ट ने जजमेंट दिया कि वो दीन मोहम्मद वाले केस के अंदर में कि वो कौन सी जगह है, वो मस्जिद थी, मस्जिद है, और उसे कोर्ट ने कहा.
He has been arrested under the charges of promoting enmity between two groups and certain other sections of the Indian Penal Code. Remember, these are cognizable offences, and now the police, after arresting him, would now be taking him to the court. People are protesting for the release of Mr. Ratan Lal and clearly saying that his arrest is illegal. His lawyers also say that his arrest is legal. You can see right behind me is the protest that is going on in this case.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो जमीन से जुड़ा हुआ व्यक्ति है उसको कोई बोलने नहीं चाहता कि तुम जाओ वहां जाओ, यहाँ घूमो ही घूमो, पर कांग्रेस पे इंतजार करते हैं. कोई आए हमें बोले तभी हम जाए. वही कांग्रेस में कमी.
Never seen before videos and pictures emerged from Gyanvapi, Uttar Pradesh. It's a big Republic exclusive pictures of Nandi Magauri Puja procession access from the Gyanvapi complex. "24-year-old killed for inter-caste marriage. Demand for justice for Neeraj." Delhi University professor arrested over derogatory post on Shivling. Students protest the arrest. Congress rallies the freedom of speech defense. Complainant maintains stand, says Hindus targeted will file thousands of complaints. Congress lands in another controversy, rakes up Rajiv Gandhi's defense of 1984 riots on his death anniversary.
India, and I can see exactly what is happening in Ukraine.
In London, Rahul Gandhi does it again, compares India-China standoff to the Ukraine crisis.
हो गई है राहुल गांधी और गांधी परिवार की. मोदी जी से नफरत की आग में जलते जलते वो भारत माता के खिलाफ ही वक्तव्य देने लगे.
BJP hits back, rebuts Congress, says Rahul Gandhi is on an anti-India tirade. CBI quizzes West Bengal Education Minister Paresh Adhikari once again in the teachers' recruitment scam investigation. A massive showdown in Bengal, clashes erupt between BJP and Trinamool Congress workers at post-poll violence protest. Going across to the live and breaking story from Jammu right now, the FIR has been filed in the Jammu tunnel collapse case. 3 bodies recovered. We are told that over 6 people may still be trapped there. Gursimran joining us with the live coverage. Gursimran.
Yes, Niranjan, the Jammu and Kashmir Police has registered an FIR, the copy of which is available with the Republic TV, and the FIR clearly mentions that there has been a negligence on the behalf of the company, that is Sarla Construction. The FIR number 56 that has been registered at the Ramsu Police Station is under various sections that also include section 304A, which says that death caused due to negligence. I'll request Gaurav to show you the visuals of this relief and rescue operations that are going on, and the copy of FIR that has been registered by Republic Media Network, that is with Republic, registered by the Jammu and Kashmir Police. It clearly reads that there has been a construction company that was working here by the name of Sarala, and there has been negligence on the behalf of the company, that some of its employees have died while some are still trapped, and an FIR has been registered under the various sections of the Indian Penal Code, which includes section 287, which is negligent conduct with respect to the machinery, and the IPC 336, which deals with the negligence to endanger the human life, section IPC 337, which is due to any injury due to negligence by any person or any company that endangers the human life, and last IPC section 304A, that is causing death due to negligence. So these are the 4 sections that have been registered in the
Getting in pictures of the Delhi University professor who has been brought to court over the social media post that he put out on Shivling. There's been a big controversy over the post that he put out. He was arrested for his post on the Shivling earlier by the police. This action comes days after an FIR was filed against Professor Ratan Lal over this social media post. These are pictures of him being brought to court. We just had those pictures. Now, he's a 50-year-old associate professor from Delhi University's Hindu College, was arrested in connection with an objectionable social media post referring to claims of a shivling being found at the Gyanvapi Mosque in Varanasi. He reportedly teaches history at the Delhi University and had posted a photo of a structure and made objectionable comments earlier. Now, the officer who was investigating the case has said that Ratan Lal was first summoned for questioning and later arrested, and these are the first pictures of him being produced in court. According to the police, the case was registered against this professor from the Delhi University under IPC sections 153A, 295A, based on a complaint by a social worker, quote unquote. Let's go across to Ananya joining us on the phone line. Ananya, give us the details of him being produced in court. What is the police accusing him of?
Produced before the Chief Hazari Court in the National Capital. He is produced before the Chief Metropolitan Magistrate of the Chief Hazari Court, and we'll have to wait and watch as to what the police speaks with regards to the police or judicial custody, and we'll have to wait and watch how the hearing pans out. But what is very crucial to note is his objectionable tweets were the question of the matter. He was then, complaint was filed by Delhi-based lawyer Vineet Jindal, and later on he was booked under the charges of promoting enmity between 2 groups and other charges under the Indian Penal Code. Later on he was arrested last night by the Delhi Police's cyber cell unit of the North District, and now he's been produced before the Chief Hazari Court in the National Capital, before the Chief Metropolitan Magistrate. We'll have to wait and watch as to what the police seek, whether it's a judicial custody or a police custody that the police will be seeking in connection with this case. And we might also get to know as to what the investigation details, how he was arrested, So we'll have to wait and watch as the hearing pans out and what happens next into this whole case. Neeraj.
Yes, and there have been protests, against this arrest. Now, what are the protesters saying in this particular case?
Began at in fact 11 a.m. in the morning at outside the DU campus, but then later on at around 1:30 p.m. the protests were wrapped up. The people there were demanding for a release of Ratan Lal. They say that the arrests are illegal and the arrest should not have taken place. In fact, his lawyers also, Mr. Mahmood Paracha, who is appearing for this person, has clearly stated that the arrest is in contravention with the Arnesh Kumar judgment of the top court, which is the leading law in connection with the arrest of a person. But we'll have to wait as to what the court has to say, because the lawyers might say one thing, the protesters might say one thing, but what is very, very crucial is that what the court says, because it is the court that decides whether a law has been followed or not followed. And then we'll have to wait and watch if the arrest is justified or not. But then a serious charge of promoting enmity between two groups on religious grounds and the other sections of the IPC he has been booked into, and we'll have to wait and watch if the police seeks the police custody or judicial custody. Neeraj.
Well, a very controversial post that was put out by this professor called Ratan Lal. A very, very controversial post that makes fun of the gods, the Hindu gods, and there were screenshots that were earlier shared by some of the BJP leaders as well. Very derogatory remarks being made while sharing the pictures from Gyanvapi, and he's been arrested. And the complainant in this particular case says that if required, they will file thousands of more complaints to ensure that they make their voice heard in this particular case. Now, the complainant in this case is Advocate Vineet Jindal, who spoke to Republic TV. He had filed a complaint against Ratan Lal. An FIR was then filed against Lal on the night of Tuesday, the 17th of May, based on the complaint made by this lawyer. And the advocate who filed the complaint, Vineet Jindal, said that this professor from the Delhi University College had recently shared a derogatory, inciting and provocative tweet on the shivling. So these are some of the details available with us, and those are first pictures, by the way, of this Delhi University professor who's been taken to the police station. He's being produced, and Ratan Lal, while defending his post, has said, in India, if you speak about anything, someone or the other sentiments will be hurt. So this is nothing new. I am a historian and have made several observations, and as I wrote them down, I have used very guarded language in my post, and I will defend myself. This particular professor had alleged that after his social media post went viral, he had been threatened online by many social media users, prompting him to approach the police for security and help. Many such threats continue to remain visible online, is what we found out. But the kind of post that he had put out, and the kind of defense and some ridiculous statements being made. For example, there is someone called Prashant Bhushan. This Prashant Bhushan, who otherwise claims that he fights for those who are defenseless, claims Professor Ratan Lal has been a voice against communal politics, yet he's arrested for spreading communal enmity while the hate spreaders roam free. And this is for a tweet that was put out on the shivling and how the shivling looked. Without getting into details, this man went on to poke fun on the gods, and there has been a huge uproar over that. And there are people who are protesting as well, and some defending those protests, saying midnight protests against the arrest of DU Professor Ratan Lal, etc., etc. So these are some of the comments that are coming in. Derogatory comments were made. Ananya is joining us live. Ananya, the kind of comment that he made, the post that he put out, we can't even put out that post or remotely even try and explain to our viewers. But it was a clear insult to Hindu gods. Many may seem to be unaware and making unnecessary comments to defend that post itself. At this point, Ananya.
Well, yes, Niranjan, definitely the post that the tweet that has been posted by Mr. Ratan Lal is not something that we can mention on our channel, because this is something that was very, very contrary to the Indian culture, and in fact was very, very derogatory to the Hindu gods, and hence Advocate Vineet Jindal had filed a complaint before the commissioner, and later on a FIR was registered by the cyber cell unit of the North District Police of the Delhi Police, and later on he was charged for promoting enmity between two groups and various other charges under the Indian Penal Code. So definitely the court would also be looking into this matter, and would then be seeing as to whether he should be given out for a police custody or not, because the Delhi police would also might be questioning him with regards to this whole tweet, and whether he has made any kind of other tweets in this respect or not, and why actually the motive behind this particular tweet might also be under the question of the Delhi police. But very, very derogatory statements being made on a social media platform against a Hindu gods. And what has happened, Niranjan, I'll take you through the course of events. He was arrested last night. Protests broke out at the Morris Nagar police station soon after his arrest. The lawyers say that it is in contravention. Today morning, the protests are called by left groups, which is the All India Students Association, ISA, and also by DTF, that is the Delhi Teachers Federation, outside the arts faculty of the Delhi University. He is an associate professor at the Hindu College in the Delhi University, demanding for his release. But definitely the police maintained the law and order situation. There are more than 400 police personnel were deployed at the event where these protests had to take place, and fortunately till the protests completed there was no unfortunate incident that had happened. But now he has been taken to the court. He will be produced before the Chief Metropolitan Magistrate Central of the 30,000 Court, and we'll have to wait as to what the police argues and what the defense argues, and later on what would be the court order be in this regard. But definitely a very, very derogatory statement, Niranjan, coming in from this professor of the Delhi University, and later on that led to his arrest in this whole case.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those inputs. Getting in some more breaking news updates now from Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh, where a bulldozer was used on an illegal property of the mafia. His name was Pappu in Chakeri. Now Pappu, he calls himself or goes by the name of Pappu Smart. Quite a name. The Pappu Smart, who's the main accused in a BSP leader's murder case. Action has been taken on an illegal market that was built here in Jajmao. A large amount of police deployment was also made to ensure that this particular operation was carried out. Let's play it out. The reports being sent now from Kanpur. We'll go across to our correspondent from Kanpur, who's Gaurav. We should be able to get across to Gaurav in just a few seconds. But just to tell you a little bit about what we know about this particular case in Kanpur. These are pictures coming in of how in Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh, a bulldozer was used on illegal property belonging to the mafia. This was in Chakeri, Kanpur, and this particular anti-social element called Pappu, he's also the main accused in the murder case. So he's a murder accused in a BSP leader's murder case. Now action has been taken on an illegal market that was built in what is called the Galla Godown area of Jajmao in Kanpur. Let me go across to Gaurav, who's joining us on the phone line. Gaurav, हमें ये बताइए, ये जो demolition हुआ है, bulldozer का जो action है, what do we know about this illegal encroachment? Gaurav.
Hello.
Piyush, can you hear me? Piyush, if you can tell us a little bit more about what we know about this bulldozer action in Uttar Pradesh.
Well, Niranjan, you would remember that in the last many days, in fact, during the last tenure, also UP government under the leadership of Yogi Adityanath has been running bulldozer over the illegal construction, and this time once again the similar sort of activity has been done, and that in Kanpur. What we are now given to understand is that bulldozer has been done on illegal property of mafia Pappu Smart in Chakeri of Kanpur. It's a very congested area, Chakeri area in Kanpur, where Pappu is the main accused in BSP leader Pintu Singh murder case. What the district administration has told us is that the actions have been taken on the illegal market which was built there in Galla Godown area of Jajmua, which is there in Chakeri of Kanpur. While this exercise was being taken out, a large amount of force was also present there on the spot along with the anti-encroachment squad. So actions have been taken against Pappu Smart, and that they are on the illegal property of Mafia Pappu. We'll have to wait and watch how the people are going to look into this. But yes, while this exercise was being carried out, a large amount of parliamentary forces, local police personnel were present there on the spot when this exercise was being taken out. As of now, we have not got any word from Pappu on this case, but a bulldozer has now been run on illegal property of Mafia who lives there at Chakeri in Kanpur.
Yes, we have a comment coming in from the police on this encroachment drive. We'll play out what the police said in Kanpur first.
देखिए, नगर निगम द्वारा कुछ प्रॉपर्टीज चिन्हित की गई थी। ये मोहम्मद आसिम और पप्पू स्मार्ट की प्रॉपर्टीज बताई गई, जिनका अवैध अतिक्रमण पाया गया था नगर निगम द्वारा। नगर निगम ने आदेश जारी किया कि 25 मार्च यानी कि आज हटाया जाएगा। हमने इनके सपोर्ट में पुलिस सुरक्षा बल उपलब्ध कराया है और अभी यही अवैध अतिक्रमण हटाया जा रहा है। इसी तरह नगर निगम द्वारा और भी जो माफिया गैंगस्टर टाइप के लोग हैं उनकी और प्रॉपर्टी चिन्हित की जाएगी और प्रॉपर्टी हमने एक और भी जगह पे हमने बाकी विभागों को बताया हुआ है, जैसे केडीए हो गया और राजस्व विभाग हो गया, उनके द्वारा भी चिन्हित की जा रही है। तो अभी रिपोर्ट शायद अगले हफ्ते तक आ जाए और प्रॉपर्टी जो चिन्हित की जाएंगी उनका भी अवैध अतिक्रमण हटाया जाएगा। अभी पप्पू स्मार्ट और मोहम्मद आसिफ।
Okay, so those were pictures that were coming in of illegal properties being encroached, properties on encroached land being razed to the ground by bulldozers in Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh. Once again, recapping the details that we have so far, that this was a bulldozer action on illegal property of a mafia don called Pappu, who is also the main accused of murdering a BSP leader. We'll take a short break here on Republic TV. Coming back with more details and the live coverage also from Jammu and the big political stories. Stay tuned. Okay, cutting across to Gursimran joining us live from Jammu on the rescue operations in Ramban. Let's cut across live. Gursimran.
See, right now the relief and rescue operations are on here at the Ramban site where the tunnel collapsed the day before yesterday at around 10 in the evening. It's more than 42 hours now of the operation, ongoing operation that is underway these attempts are being made to retrieve the fourth body. 3 bodies have been recovered, 4 bodies fourth body has been traced, and now attempts are on to recover this body. Ziya's Deputy Commissioner of the Ramban, Masarat Islam, also told Republic that they want to conclude these operations by sunset because during the evening hours these inclement weather conditions and the gusty rains make it really very challenging for the relief and rescue teams to carry out these relief operations. And now an FIR has also been registered by the team, FIR number 56, that has been registered by the Jammu and Kashmir Police Ramban in the Ramsu police station, and FIR clearly marks a mention of the negligence on the part of the company, the Sarla company that was here for the construction purpose, and it clearly states that there has been negligence on part of the company, which has resulted in the death of many workers. As of now, 3 deaths have been confirmed. 4th body is being retrieved, and now you can see that the NDRF officials too reaching the site. Jammu and Kashmir Police, SDRF and NDRF are already on the spot. They want to ensure that this operation can be concluded at an earliest, because any delay in the operation will lead to the natural challenges that we saw yesterday when, due to the inclement weather condition and gusty winds, a portion of the entire mountain. This very portion which Sir Jeevan is showing, Gaurav is showing you, this entire stretch collapsed due to the inclement weather condition and gusty rains, and that has led to halting the operations for more than 12 hours. It was halted at 4:40 in the evening and it was restarted at 5:30 in the morning. So a 12 hours delay due to the gusty weather conditions is what we saw there. See, to tackle the gusty winds and this winds, they are also pouring some water on the sand so that it doesn't hamper the ongoing operations. We also saw that there has been natural barriers into this operation that halted this operation for more than 12 hours yesterday evening, and now the operations are on. They are trying to ensure that all goes well and these operations can be concluded well before. Now the announcements being made by the NDRF teams to not to venture at the large numbers, because we saw many of the officials of the NDRF, these NDRF officials, they are making regular announcements to their counterparts who are on the rescue and relief site, and they have been asked to move outside because there is a continuous threat that persists when while carrying out these relief and rescue operations. Because see, that slide on the upward side, that is a pretty active slide, and that can pose a challenge for those who are on ground. Even we saw Jammu and Kashmir police senior officials, they are trying to cave out that body which is below a big boulder. That is what Gaurav is showing you. This we can see, and the people on the other side, they are really very hopeful that some good news will come to them. The people have gathered here in large numbers. The people, these are the locals who are waiting to see their near and dear ones coming back, but what it seems as of now is it is one of the challenging relief and rescue operations that are underway for more than 40 hours, and now the attempt is to retrieve the body. One body was seen there, that was the fourth body that was found, and now efforts are on to retrieve that body. We are here live from yesterday 6 in the morning. We are showing you the on-ground reports, and we have been showing you how this one of the challenging operations for the SDRF team is still underway. We'll be bringing you more right after this break.
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors to personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ के उनके पास गई, उनको सुना और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर सर्वे कमिश्नर की रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने गलत ऑर्डर दिया।
Construction work was going on in this new emergency tunnel that was being constructed. There is a landslide that happened and 3 people who have been rescued. 10 people are still inside. These 2 machines, they have been pushed into the rescue and relief operations since morning, and they are trying to remove the debris, because once the debris are removed, only then they will be able to locate those 10 people who are still missing. This is the very area where the tunnel collapsed yesterday, and today entire mountain that was here totally collapsed. Inclement weather conditions, not favorable for the relief and rescue operation. Even the bridge Sir Jeevan is showing you is not that secure, though it survived, but it is not secure as heavy rains have lashed
are now in Kanpur area of Nagaon district, and as you can see, we are right now riding on a country boat where people who are stranded in their houses inside the villages are trying to move away to places of safety. You can see everywhere it's only water. The water level here approximately is more than 7 to 8 meters. This area where we are sailing through happened to be a paddy field, but the floodwaters of Kapili and the Kalong River have inundated a vast area. So far, 26 districts of the state have been inundated by the floodwaters. Nagaon, Hojai as well as Barak Valley being the worst this season.
More on the Delhi University professor arrested over a derogatory post on shriveling. Students are protesting the arrest. He's been produced in court. Congress lands in another mega controversy, rakes up Rajiv Gandhi's defense of 1984 riots on his death anniversary.
Navjot Singh Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination from court premises, and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals as well.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who is involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ के उनके पास गई उनको सुना और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर सर्वे का भी
Top headlines at this hour. Never seen before videos and pictures emerge from Gyan Vapi. What's the Gyan Vapi truth? It's a mega Republic exclusive. Pictures of Nandi Magori Puja procession accessed. "24-year-old killed for inter-caste marriage. India demands justice for Neeraj." Delhi University professor arrested over derogatory post on shriveling. Students protest, arrest, Congress rallies. Freedom of speech, defense. But complainant maintains stand, says Hindus targeted will file thousands of complaints. Congress lands in another mega controversy, rakes up Rajiv Gandhi's defense of 1984 rights on his death anniversary.
Recognize the parallels between what is going on in Ukraine and what is going on in Ladakh.
विदेश नीति पे राहुल गांधी जी ABCD नहीं जानते हैं.
In London, Rahul Gandhi does it again, compares India-China standoff to Ukraine crisis. BJP strikes back, says Rahul Gandhi is on an anti-India tirade. 3 dead, 6 still feared trapped in Ramban tunnel collapse site. Rescue operations are still underway. Massive showdown in Bengal. Clashes erupt between BJP and TMC workers at post-poll violence protest. After Rahul Gandhi had raised questions on India's foreign policy, the External Affairs Minister has now hit back at Rahul Gandhi. He has just tweeted, and let me read that tweet out. Yes, the Indian Foreign Service has changed. Yes, they follow the orders of the government. Yes, they counter the arguments of others. No, it is not called arrogance. It is called confidence. And it is called defending national interest. So that's a tweet coming in from the External Affairs Minister S. Shankar, where he has hit out at Rahul Gandhi. Remember that Rahul Gandhi, who is in London for Ideas for Conclave, had raised questions over India's foreign policy. And he also compared India-China standoff to the Ukraine crisis. So a very strong response there coming in from the External Affairs Minister. I'll just repeat the tweet once more, what he said. He clearly is mentioning that, yes, the Indian Foreign Service has changed. Yes, they follow the orders of the government. Yes, they counter the arguments of others. And no, it is not called arrogance, it's called confidence, it's called defending national interest. Let's have a look at what Rahul Gandhi had exactly said in London.
From manufacturing. So that's one thing going on in Ukraine and what is going on in Ladakh and in Doklam. Please realize that the same idea is at play. There are Chinese forces sitting in Ladakh, there are Chinese forces sitting in Doklam. The Doklam forces are designed for Arunachal Pradesh, the forces in Ladakh are designed for Ladakh. And the same principle is there. What the Chinese are saying, we do not accept your territoriality, and please, we do not accept the relationship you have with the United States. So we have to realize that there is a problem on the border. And we have to, whether we like it or not, we have to prepare for that problem. Because if we don't, we're going to get caught off guard. My problem with the government is that they don't allow a discussion. Chinese troops are sitting inside India today. Right? They've just built a huge bridge over the Pangong Lake. Why are they doing that? Right? They are setting up the infrastructure. They're obviously preparing for something. Right? But the government doesn't want to talk about it. Government wants to stifle the conversation. That's bad for India. I mean, they can keep saying that I raised the China issue. Yes, I raised the China issue because I'm worried about it. I'm worried that Chinese troops are sitting inside India and I can see exactly what is happening in Ukraine.
आज की ये प्रेस वार्ता बड़े ही भारी मन से कर रहे हैं और उसका कारण ये है कि राहुल गांधी कैम्ब्रिज यूनिवर्सिटी जाते हैं लंदन और वहां पे एक सेमिनार होता है जिसका शीर्षक था आइडियाज फॉर इंडिया। विदेशी धरती पर अगर कोई नागरिक जाता है और जो धरती का पुत्र होता है, भारत मां से प्रेम करता है, वो अपने
Okay, some more news is coming in from Ramban now. More bodies are being recovered there from that tunnel collapse. Viewers, with the visuals there on your screen, remember that there was a terrible incident in Jammu and Kashmir's Ramban district when a tunnel had collapsed. It was an under construction tunnel in Jammu and Kashmir, and right now more bodies are being recovered. I would like to go across to Gursimran. Gursimran, we are seeing that the rescue operations are still on, of course, but more bodies are being recovered. I believe this takes the death toll higher.
Hello. Yes.
Gursimran, can you hear me?
See, right now we are here where the ongoing operations, yes, the where rescue and relief operations are on. 4 bodies have been recovered. The attempts are on to recover the 5th body. I'll request Gaurav to come this way. We'll try to get some officials on the same. We have SP Ramban, Moita Sharma with us. Madam, one more body has been recovered. What is the toll as of now?
One more has been recovered, but one is found there, and it will be retrieved to DH Raman soon. So total number will be 5.
So far, 4 bodies have been recovered.
5 bodies have been recovered. 4 have been sent to DH Raman.
Okay, so it's the 5 number that has been recovered. Now the relief and rescue operation is on at that particular stretch. This is what the SP Ramban Moita Sharma was telling us. The relief and rescue operations are still in full swing, so as to ensure that those 5 remaining they can be retrieved at an earliest. This is one of the challenging operations as it is on for more than 40 hours now, and regularly these brave hearts from the NDRF, SDRF, ITBP, they are working round the clock to ensure that those who are still inside, if anyone is alive, they can be rescued at an earliest. Regular attempts being made to ensure that all goes well, but these big boulders, they are making this really a big challenge for the NDRF, SDRF teams, as there is a possibility of landslide from the upper side, and that's why these workers have been moved out from that very specific area. So more big boulders will be brought down to clear the entire stretch that came under the landslide yesterday evening at around 4:40, when a big portion of this mountain came down, hampering these operations. I'll request Gaurav, as we've been asked to move back, I'll request Gaurav to be back and show it from a safer place, as this is one of the toughest rescue and relief operation that is going on, and these brave hearts of the NDRF, SDRF, they are making it very sure, because it's been more than 40 hours. 4 bodies have been retrieved. The 5th body has been found, and attempts are on to retrieve that as well. The Deputy Commissioner of the Ramban, as he said a while ago, that they are making it every possible effort so that these can be retrieved. All 10 bodies, or probably if someone is alive, they can be taken out of these debris well before evening, because in the evening we'll know that the gusty winds and inclement weather conditions make these operations really very challenging, and that is why they want to ensure that this operation is concluded. I request Gaurav to pan in this very specific area this is operation going on, and now these big boulders, they are coming down as the JCBs are being used to clear that very stretch. One portion of the mountain has been cleared to a great extent, and now the big boulders on the other side, they are being brought down using the JCB so that these debris can be moved away, can be pushed into the deep gorge, and the area can be cleared. So this is the tactics they are following, that first focus at a particular stretch, ensure that if there is anybody that can be retrieved from here, and then moving to next stretch. So it has been bifurcated into the zones, into multiple zones, and the rescue operations are working in zone-wise parameters so that it can be concluded at an earliest, and all the workforce can be applied at single place. So this is how this rescue and relief operation in the Ramban tunnel collapse is going on. All possible efforts by the administration.
Incident, Gursimran. An FIR has also been filed in this collapse incident, Gursimran. What are the details of that FIR?
See, FIR has been registered by the Jammu and Kashmir Police in the Ramsu Police Station of Jammu, FIR number 56, that has been registered on 19th of May, that is on the day of the incident. This FIR stands registered, and in FIR there has been clear mention of the construction company, Sarla Construction, that the company has somewhat did some negligence, due to which it has caused some injuries to some of the workers, while many others have lost their life, and now the legal action will be initiated as and when the investigation progresses. But as of now, what we are getting to know, that the FIR has been registered under various sections of Indian Penal Code, which also include IPC 304A, which reads to the death caused due to the negligence, and apart from that, IPC 287, 336 and 337 are the three other sections that we see are part of this FIR. The copy of FIR is available with Republic Media Network, and it clearly marks a mention of the negligence by the company that was constructing the tunnel here, which has led to injuries as well as death of many personals who were working here. Yes.
All right, Gursimran, thank you for giving us all those details from Ramban, where the death toll has risen higher. Now 5 people are dead in that terrible incident. Thank you, Gursimran. Well, tracking the other news, in a major drug bust off the coast of Lakshadweep, the Indian Coast Guard and the DRI seized a massive cache of drugs of about 218 kilograms of heroin. This was the 4th major drug bust for the DRI in the last 4 months. Here's more on that.
Nearly 280 kgs of heroin was intercepted in the high seas off the coast of Lakshadweep in a joint operation by the Indian Coast Guard and Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. Based on an input which they received last week, the team has been searching and surveying the high seas, and on 18th of May, 2 boats named the Prince and Little Jesus were intercepted by the joint team consisting of the Indian Coast Guard and the DRI officials, and 280 kgs of international grade heroin worth rupees 1,526 crores have been seized. The boats were brought back to the coast of Kochi for further interrogation, and this is the 4th major seize of narcotics by the Department of Revenue Intelligence and the Indian Coast Guard in the recent times. In the last few months, since April 2021, 2,500 crores of heroin has been seized.
Getting an e-Bix cash news alert now. The PM met the Deaf Olympics heroes earlier today. He tweeted just a short while ago, and I quote, "I will never forget the interaction with our champions who have brought pride and glory for India at the Deaf Olympics. The athletes shared their experiences, and I could see the passion and determination in them. My best wishes to all of them." So these are the picture that you see on your screen of the first visuals of the PM's meet with the Deaf Olympics athletes who he met just earlier today, and he has tweeted and congratulated them and said that the spirit is something that the entire India can learn from. He has said, "I will never forget the interaction that I have with the champions who have brought pride and glory for India. The athletes shared the experiences, and I could see the passion and determination in them, and my best wishes to all of them." So the Prime Minister there with the Deaf Olympics heroes and athletes, congratulating them and also applauding their performance at the Deaf Olympics. This is what we are getting for you right now on Republic TV. Okay, some more breaking news coming in from West Bengal. Calcutta High Court dismissed the petition of TMC candidate Alorani Sarkar on May 20th and questioned her nationality as she was in possession of documents of being Bangladeshi national. She has filed petition challenging result that had declared BJP's Swapan Majumdar victorious. The High Court also directed that a copy of the order be shared with the Election Commission for taking action against the petitioner. So this is the big news we're getting for you right now. The Calcutta High Court has dismissed a petition of TMC candidate Alorani Sarkar on May 20th and has also questioned her nationality as she was in possession of documents of being a Bangladeshi national. She has filed, remember, earlier petition challenging the result that had declared BJP Swapan Majumdar victorious. The High Court has also directed that a copy of the order be shared with the Election Commission for taking action against the petitioner. So this is the big news coming in right now. In fact, Miss Sarkar was caught with documents which questioned her nationality, as she had Bangladeshi nationality documents. I would like to go across to Shivashish, who has all the details on this development. Shivashish, what's the latest on the Calcutta High Court's dismission of the petition of TMC candidate Alu Rani Sarkar?
As we all know, within this month, when Amit Shah visited Bengal, he also spoken about the infiltration problem in Bengal. And now it has come to a next level in Calcutta High Court. Last year, in 2021 Assembly election in Bonga South Assembly constituency, Alu Rani Sarkar was fielded by Trinamool Congress against Shapun Majumdar of BJP. And then Shapun Majumdar win over Alu Rani Sarkar. Then Alu Rani Sarkar went to Calcutta High Court. In that case, Honorable Calcutta High Court has stated and given a direction that Alu Rani Sarkar possesses the citizenship of Bangladesh because her name is enlisted in Bangladeshi voter list. And for that reason, now Calcutta High Court is asking how a Bangladeshi citizen can take part in assembly election in West Bengal in India. And then they have given the direction that they are sharing the papers and documents with Election Commission of India, and Honorable Calcutta High Court wants some steps against Alu Rani Sarkar by ECI. And after that, we have visited today the place of Alu Rani Sarkar, whether it's Bonga, whether it's Kachrapara, where she is living for last 10 years and 5 years. But we also got the information that this type of allegations on her was much before. And the people, the local leaders, they also knew that maybe Alu Rani Sarkar is having dual citizenship, what is not legal in our country, in India. And for that reason, now the question is coming over Trinamool Congress also, how they can give ticket to such persons.
All right, Shivashish, thank you for getting us all those details. The Calcutta High Court dismissing petition of TMC candidate Alu Rani Sarkar and saying that she was in possession of Bangladeshi nationality papers. Thank you so much. Well, in other news, Kashmiri Pandits staged protests in Srinagar earlier today over the killing of Rahul Bhatt. Several Pandits have tonsured their heads in protest, demanding safety for members of the community in the valley. Here's more on that.
Kashmiri Pandits on road from North Kashmir to South and to Central Kashmir, protesting everywhere, asking the government to fulfill the demands that they have been raising for the last 10 days. It's Rahul killing 10th day, and we are seeing that despite all assurance coming from the LG administration, Kashmiri Pandits are not paying heed to the demands, and also the way the Kashmir government has approached them that their demands will be fulfilled in coming time. The security reveal will be done, but they are only raising the question of what was the fault of Rahul, but who was also serving in the Kashmir when the terrorists barged into his office and he was killed there. So they are saying either you shift us from Kashmir Valley to any part of the country or accept the mass.
Well, much more coming up on the other side. Stay tuned. Never seen before videos and pictures emerge from Gyanvapi. What's the Gyanvapi truth? And massive showdown in Bengal. Clashes erupt between BJP and TMC workers at post-poll violence protest. Stay tuned.
Construction work was going on in this new emergency tunnel that was being constructed. There is a landslide that happened and 3 people who have been rescued. 10 people are still inside these 2 machines. They have been pushed into the rescue and relief operations since morning, and they are trying to remove the debris, because once the debris are removed, only then they will be able to locate those 10 people who are still missing. This is the very area where the tunnel collapsed yesterday, and today entire mountain that was here totally collapsed. Inclement weather conditions, not favorable for the relief and rescue operation. Even the bridge Sarjeevan is showing you is not that secure, though it survived, but it is not secure as heavy rains have lashed the entire area, and now it is going to take another 1 to 2 days for them to start looking for those 9 persons who are still missing.
Navjot Singh Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination from court premises, and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals as well.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who is involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ के उनके पास गई उनको सुना, और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर सर
We spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations. As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India. The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations. This is Thalaivar M. Karunanidhi on his last journey to Anna Memorial, where he would be buried with full state honors.
Okay, we're getting more updates now. We're getting more updates on the DU professor arrest case. The Delhi police has opposed Ratan Lal's bail plea. This is the latest coming in. Says that a wrong message will go to the society if bail is granted to him. There will be more and more of such instances. He must be sent to jail. So there we can see the Delhi police really opposing Ratan Lal's bail plea. Now Ratan Lal's lawyer is pushing for his bail plea after his arrest, and the Delhi police there has been opposing it, and they are saying that wrong message will go out to the society if bail is granted to him, and there will be more and more instances. He must be sent to jail. So this is the latest coming in on this story. Remember that that DU professor was arrested based on a complaint filed by a Delhi-based lawyer. An FIR was lodged against Lal. In his complaint, the advocate Vineet Jindal alleged that a derogatory, inciting and provocating tweet on the shivling was shared by Professor Lal. I would like to go across to Ananya. Ananya, we're seeing that that the order has been reserved on bail plea right now, and the Delhi police really, opposing Ratan Lal's bail plea while his lawyers are right now pushing for it.
Well, yes, the court has now reserved orders. The arguments are complete in both the applications, whether it's the application seeking judicial custody or whether it's the application that is filed by Ratan Lal's lawyer seeking bail. So on both the applications, order has been reserved. The hearings has been completed. However, Ratan Lal's lawyers are clearly claiming that In fact, he's a follower of Shiva. It was not his intent to do the same. But then the Delhi police is very, very clear that in case he is granted bail, a very, very wrong message would go to the society. And, this case is turning out to be a massive one because on the Gyanvapi issue is already a very, very boiling is already at a boiling point, and then this tweet comes, which is very objectionable.
Okay, Ananya, thank you for getting us all those details. Ananya, they're getting us the details on the DU professor arrest case. The latest is, viewers, we are telling it to you first here. The order has been reserved on the bail plea. That is the latest on the Ratan Lal case. Well, much more coming up on the other side of this. A very, very short break. The Congress landing in another mega controversy rakes up Rajiv Gandhi's defense of 1984 rights on his death anniversary. And 5 dead, 6 still feared trapped in Ramban tunnel collapse site. Rescue operations underway. Stay tuned.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who's involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ती उनके पास गई, उनको सुना और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर सर्वे कमिश्नर की रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने गलत ऑर्डर दिया।
Construction work was going on in this new emergency tunnel that was being constructed. There is a landslide that happened and 3 people who have been rescued. 10 people are still inside these 2 machines. They have been pushed into the rescue and relief operations since morning, and they are trying to remove the debris, because once the debris are removed, only then they will be able to locate those 10 people who are still missing. This is the very area where the tunnel collapsed yesterday, and today entire mountain that was here totally collapsed. Inclement weather conditions, not favorable for the relief and rescue operation. Even the bridge Sarjeevan is showing you is not that secure, though it survived. But
right now we are at Kardampuri, flag marches are being conducted. Sir. This is the back entrance of Mr. Chidar. I came to London Foot began a deep investigation to expose Sanjay Bhandari. To understand the security situation of Srinagar, Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view. This place, this is the crater that has been created, the impact of the attack that took place.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV, tracking the story from Delhi very closely. We're a Delhi University professor in the middle war of this Gyanvapi controversy. A very controversial post, a derogatory post that was put out insulting the Hindu gods, and a DU professor has been arrested. There's a big debate around that arrest, and the hearing is on. We'll tell you all about that. Here are the headlines. Never seen before videos and pictures emerge from Gyanvapi. It's a big Republic exclusive. Pictures of Nandi, Magauri, Puja and procession accessed from earlier. 24-year-old killed for inter-caste marriage in Hyderabad. India demands justice for Neeraj. Delhi University professor arrested over derogatory post on Shivling. Students protest the arrest. Congress rallies a freedom of speech defense. But complainant maintains stand, says Hindus targeted will file 1,000 or more complaints if required. Congress lands in another controversy, rakes up Rajiv Gandhi's defense of 1984 riots on his death anniversary.
रोहित जी, आप तो सीनियर मोस्ट है इस दुनिया में।
जी सर।
कितने साल हो गए रोहित जी खेलते खेलते?
1997 से 7 ओलंपिक्स खेल चुका हूं मैं।
जब सामने वाले खिलाड़ियों से खेलते हैं आप, काफी तो पुराने आपके खिलाड़ी सामने आते होंगे, क्या अनुभव आता है?
सर, जब मैं पहले खेलता था 1997 से, तो मेरे हियरिंग लोगों के साथ मेरा कंपटीशन होता था और मैंने बढ़ने की कोशिश की। मैंने ओलंपिक्स खेले, कॉम्पिटिशन्स जैसे बिल्कुल हियरिंग लोगों के साथ जैसा कंपटीशन होता है, मैंने भी उसमें आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश की और अब तक मैं लगभग हियरिंग कॉम्पिटिटर्स के साथ खेल सकता हूँ।
अच्छा रोहित, खुद के विषय में बताइए, इस क्षेत्र में कैसे आए, शुरुआत में प्रेरणा कितने दी और इतने लंबे समय से जी जान से खेलते रहना, कभी थकना नहीं?
सर, जब मैं बहुत छोटा था तो जब मैं मेरे ख्याल से मुझे याद भी नहीं है कि मैं जब देखता था, मैं बस ऐसे ही माता पिता के साथ चलता था, मैं देखता था, चीजें देख के खुश रहता था कि कैसे हियरिंग लोग खेलते हैं। मैं भी चाहता था कि मैं भी खेलूं। मैंने भी वहीं से अपना एम तय किया और फिर आगे बढ़ता चला गया। ठीक, जब मैं 1997 में मैंने खेलना शुरू किया तो पहले बधिर लोग खेलते नहीं थे, मुझे किसी तरीके का सपोर्ट नहीं मिलता था, बस सांत्वना दी जाती थी। मेरे पिताजी इसमें बहुत सहयोग करते थे, खाना पीना, जूस, जो भी डाइट चाहिए होती थी उसका बहुत ध्यान दिया करते थे। भगवान की बहुत कृपा रही है, तो मुझे भी बैडमिंटन से इसीलिए बहुत प्रिय है।
अच्छा रोहित, आप डबल्स में जब खेलते हैं तो आपका पार्टनर, मैंने सुना है महेश, आपसे उम्र में बहुत छोटा है। इतना अंतर है, आप इतने सीनियर है तो महेश बहुत छोटा है। क्या आप कैसे उसको संभालते हैं, कैसे गाइड करते हैं, उसके साथ कैसे मैच करते हैं अपने आप को?
महेश बहुत छोटा है। 2014 में मेरे साथ खेलना शुरू किया, मेरे घर के पास रहता था। मैंने उसे काफी कुछ सिखाया, कैसे मूवमेंट करनी चाहिए, कैसे हार्डवर्क करना है, डेफलिम्पिक्स के लिए कैसे तैयार होना है। तो वो थोड़ा सा रहता है डिसबैलेंस, लेकिन मैं उसको जो भी मैंने सिखाया वो मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट करता है।
रोहित जी, हम भी आपके साथ कर देंगे। रोहित जी, आपका जीवन एक खिलाड़ी के तौर पर और एक व्यक्ति के तौर पर, मैं समझता हूं आप में लीडरशिप क्वालिटी है, आप में कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल है और आप किसी चीज से ऊब नहीं जाते हैं, लगातार उसमें चेतना भरते रहते हैं। मैं पक्का मानता हूं कि देश के युवा, उनके लिए आप वाकई बहुत ही प्रेरक रहे हैं। आपने अपने जीवन की बाधाओं से कभी हार नहीं मानी। ठीक है, परमात्मा ने कुछ कमी दी, लेकिन आपने कभी हार नहीं मानी। आप पिछले 27 साल से देश के लिए पदक जीत रहे हैं और मैं देख रहा हूं कि आप अभी भी संतुष्ट नहीं है, कुछ न कुछ करने का जज्बा है। और मैं देख रहा हूं कि उम्र बढ़ती है, लेकिन साथ साथ आपका प्रदर्शन भी बहुत बेहतर होता जा रहा है। आप अपने टारगेट नए तय करते जाते हो, नए टारगेट को प्राप्त करने की कोशिश करते हैं। मैं समझता हूं कि खिलाड़ी के जीवन में यही एक गुण बहुत बड़ी ताकत होता है, वो कभी संतोष नहीं मानता है, खुद नए गोल सेट करता है उस सेट के लिए खुद को खपा देता है और उसी का परिणाम है कि कुछ न कुछ प्राप्त करता रहता है। मेरी तरफ से, पूरे देश की तरफ से रोहित को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं भी आपको अभिनंदन करता हूं सर।
श्री वीरेंद्र सिंह, रेसलिंग।
जी वीरेंद्र, कैसे हो?
जी बिल्कुल मैं ठीक हूं।
आप ठीक हैं?
जी जी।
बताइए, अपने विषय में थोड़ा बताइए, देशवासी देखना चाहते हैं आपको।
मेरे पिताजी और मेरे चाचा जी पहलवान थे, मैंने उन्हीं को देखकर पहलवानी सीखी और वो गुण मुझ में आया और मैंने ये निरंतर प्रयास किया कि मैं बढ़ता रहूं। बचपन से ही मैंने मेरे मम्मी पापा मुझे सपोर्ट करते थे, मेरे पिताजी ने सपोर्ट किया और मैं वो पहलवानी सीखता चला गया और आज इस स्तर पे पहुंचा हूं।
लेकिन पिताजी को और चाचा को संतोष है?
नहीं, वो चाहते हैं कि मैं और करूं, और खेलूं, और बढ़ता रहूं, और तरक्की करता रहूं। कि जैसे जैसे देखता हूं कि जो हियरिंग समाज के लोग हैं वो आगे निरंतर बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, जैसे कि वो लोग जीतते जा रहे हैं। मैं भी हियरिंग लोगों के साथ खेलता हूं, मैंने भी उन्हें मात दी है और मैं सिलेक्शन में आया हूं, पर मैं सुन नहीं पाता था, इस वजह से मुझे निकाल दिया गया और मैं नहीं जा पाया और मैं उसके लिए बहुत पछताया, रोया भी। पर फिर मैंने बधिर समाज में जब मैंने अंदर आया तो मेरी रोंगटे खड़े हो गए और मैं खुशी से मारे फूला नहीं समाया कि मैं जीत गया। जब मैं मेडल पहली बार जीता, ऐसे ही मुझे लगता था कि चलो छोड़ो, अब मैं क्यों हियरिंग समाज के पीछे जाऊं, अब मैं बधिर समाज में ही एक नाम कमा सकता हूं और मैं उसको निरंतर आगे बढ़ सकता हूं। मैंने कई मेडल जीते 2005 में, उसके बाद 2007 में, उसके बाद मैंने फर्स्ट ओलंपिक जब जीता था।
अच्छा वीरेंद्र बताओ,
जीता था।
अच्छा 2005 से लेकर अब तक के हर डेफ ओलंपिक्स में आप पदक जीत करके ही आए हैं। ये निरंतरता आप कहां से लाते हैं? इसके पीछे क्या प्रेरणा है आपकी?
मैं डाइट पे इतना ध्यान नहीं देता हूं जितना मैं प्रैक्टिस पे ध्यान देता हूं। मैं लगातार हियरिंग लोगों के साथ प्रैक्टिस करता हूं, बहुत मेहनत करता हूं, वो मेहनत जाया नहीं जाती है। मैं बिल्कुल देखता हूं कि वो कैसे खेल रहे हैं और उसको निरंतर बढ़ता रहता हूं। सुबह शाम मैं लगातार प्रैक्टिस पे बहुत ध्यान देता हूं। मेरा एम रहता है कि मैं बाहर कहीं जाऊंगा खेलने तो मैं अपने माँ बाप के चरण स्पर्श करके निकलता हूं अपने देश को छोड़ के, और मैं उनको याद करके ही खेलता हूं और मैं खुश रहता हूं कि मैं विजयी होकर आया हूं। ये मेरे मन में मेरी आशा रहती है।
अच्छा वीरेंद्र, दुनिया में वो कौन खिलाड़ी है जिसके साथ खेलने में से समय तुम्हें कुछ न कुछ सीखने को मिलता है, तुम्हें उनका खेल देखने का मन करता है, वो कौन है?
जितने भी रेसलर्स होते हैं मैं उनको देखता हूं कि उनकी स्ट्रैटेजी क्या है, मैं वो देख के सीखता हूं कि वो कैसे दाव खेलते हैं, वो मैं उन्हीं को देख के खेलता हूं और मैं सोचता हूं कि मुझे उस पर ध्यान रखना है, कि मैं भी घर पे उस पर निरंतर सोचता भी रहता हूं कि उस खिलाड़ी ने कैसा खेला था, तो मेरे को भी उससे अच्छा और उससे बराबर की टक्कर देके खेलना है। मुझे उससे बिल्कुल घबराना नहीं है, एकदम सामने की कड़ाके की टक्कर देनी है और जीतना है उस दाव पेच के साथ।
वीरेंद्र, अच्छी बात है कि आप खेल की दुनिया में उस्ताद भी हैं, साथ साथ विद्यार्थी भी हैं। ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी बात है। आपकी जो इच्छा शक्ति है वो सचमुच में हर किसी को प्रेरित करती है
जी।
इसके साथ ही मेरा मानना है कि आपसे देश की खिलाड़ी और युवा दोनों जो सीख सकते हैं, और वो है आपकी निरंतरता। एक बार शिखर पर पहुंचना कठिन है, पर उससे भी कठिन इस बात पर है कि जहां पहुंचे हैं वहां टिके रहना और फिर भी ऊपर जाने की कोशिश करते रहना। आपने शिखर पर पहुंचने के लिए तपस्या की, आपके चाचा ने, आपके पिताजी ने लगातार आपको मार्गदर्शन किया, आपकी मदद की। पहुंचने एक बात है, पहुंचने के बाद टिके रहना ये मैं समझता हूं आपकी गजब की ताकत है और इसलिए खिलाड़ी जगत इस बात को समझेगा, आपसे सीखेगा। मेरी तरफ से आपको बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। धनुष, नाम तो धनुष है और शूटिंग करता है।
जी सर, जी जी बिल्कुल, मैं शूटिंग करता हूँ।
बताइए धनुष, अपने विषय में बताइए।
जी, मैं निरंतर शूटिंग में प्रैक्टिस करता रहा। मेरी फैमिली का सपोर्ट मुझे बहुत रहा कि मुझे स्टेज वाइज वो कि मुझे हमेशा बताते रहे कि मुझे जीतना ही है, फर्स्ट ही आना है। मैं 4 बार विदेश जा चुका हूँ जीतने के लिए और मेरा ये हमेशा निश्चय रहता है कि मैंने तय किया होता है कि मुझे फर्स्ट ही मेडल लाना है, मुझे गोल्ड ही जीतना है।
धनुष जी, आप और विद्यार्थी जो चाहते हैं इस खेल में आगे बढ़ना, आप उनकी क्या मदद कर सकते हैं?
मैं स्पोर्ट्स के लिए बच्चों को बताऊंगा कि हाँ, हम इसमें आगे बढ़ सकते हैं, हमें प्रयास करते रहना चाहिए। लगातार प्रैक्टिस आपको आगे बढ़ाएगी, आपको लगातार रनिंग प्रैक्टिस करनी चाहिए, फिट रहना चाहिए। बस सर, मैं इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ।
योगा करते हो?
जी, मैं करता आ रहा हूँ काफी टाइम से योगा।
और मेडिटेशन करते हो?
हाँ, करता हूँ, लेकिन बहुत ज्यादा नहीं, कभी कभार करता हूँ, ध्यान रखता हूँ।
पता है ये शूटिंग में मेडिटेशन, ध्यान, ये बहुत काम आता है?
जी बिल्कुल, केंद्रित करना पड़ता है। जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, होल्ड करके एकदम केंद्र लगाकर एकदम निशाने पे एकदम ध्यान रखकर करना पड़ता है।
अच्छा धनुष, बताइए, छोटी उम्र से तुमने इतनी सारी सिद्धियां प्राप्त की है, दुनिया में जाकर के आए हो, तुम्हारी सबसे बड़ी प्रेरणा क्या है? कौन तुम्हें प्रेरित करता है?
मुझे सबसे ज्यादा, मैं अपनी माँ से बहुत मेरा लगाव है, वो उनके साथ मुझे बहुत खुशी मिलती है। मेरे पापा भी मुझे सपोर्ट करते हैं और प्यार करते हैं, लेकिन पहले 2017 में जी मैं जब थोड़ा परेशान रहता था, उदास रहता था, तो मम्मी का सपोर्ट बहुत रहता था। और फिर निरंतर प्रयास करते करते जब मैं जीतने लगा तो मुझे खुशी मिलने लगी और वही मेरी प्रेरणा का स्रोत बनता चला गया।
धनुष, सबसे पहले तो आपकी माता जी और आपके परिवार को प्रणाम करता हूं और विशेष करके आपकी माता जी को, जैसा आपने वर्णन किया कि वो कैसे आपको संभालती थी, कैसे आपको प्रोत्साहित करती थी, कैसे आपको लड़ाई जीतने में मदद करती थी और हर चुनौती के सामने खड़े रहने के लिए आपको तैयार करती थी। तो मैं सचमुच में आप बड़े भाग्यवान हैं। और आपने बताया कि आपने खेलो इंडिया में भी कुछ नया सीखने का प्रयास किया, नई चीजों को जानने का प्रयास किया और खेलो इंडिया ने आज देश को बहुत अच्छे अच्छे खिलाड़ी दिए हैं। कई खेल प्रतिभाओं को आगे लाने में भी मदद मिली है। आपने अपने सामर्थ्य को पहचाना, लेकिन मेरा विश्वास है कि आपका सामर्थ्य धनुष इससे भी ज्यादा है और आप इससे भी ज्यादा पराक्रम करके दिखाओगे, ये मुझे विश्वास है। मेरी आपको बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
सुश्री प्रियेशा देशमुख, शूटिंग।
अच्छा प्रियेशा, आप पुणे से हैं?
एक्चुअली मैं महाराष्ट्र पुणे में प्रैक्टिस करती हूँ। मेरा नाम प्रियेशा शरदराव देशमुख है। वो मैं 8 साल में प्रैक्टिस कर रही हूँ शूटिंग में। उसके पहले मैंने चेटिंग, बैडमिंटन सब कुछ खेला, लेकिन तो मैं हार गई। तो मैंने सोचा शूटिंग अच्छा है, तो मैं शूटिंग में 2014 में ज्वाइन हुई। उसके बाद मैं तो 7 गोल्ड मेडल टेप कैटेगरी में और ओपन कैटेगरी में सिल्वर मेडल मिला है। और पहली बार मुझे लगा कि फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में रशिया में कजान वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप था, तो मैं पहली बार इंटरनेशनल खेला, बाकी कोई नहीं आई। तो मुझे थोड़ा सा डर लग रहा था और परेशान भी लग रहा, लेकिन दादी जी आशीर्वाद से और मेरे पापा ने मुझे समझाया कि जो कुछ भी हो, आप पहली बार जाए हो तो जाओ, खेलो, जो मिलेगा तो मिलेगा, लेकिन आप परफॉर्मेंस करके दिखाओ। परंतु मुझे पता नहीं क्या मिला, लेकिन तो लास्ट टाइम में मेरा क्वालिफिकेशन हुआ तो फाइनल हुआ, बाद में तो फाइनल होते तो मेरा ब्रॉन्ज मेडल मिला।
अच्छा, 2017 में आप छठे स्थान पर आई थी, इस बार स्वर्ण लेकर आई है। ये कोई छोटी सिद्धि नहीं है, तो तुम्हें अभी भी संतोष नहीं है? अभी भी अपने आप को शिकायत करती रहती हो?
नहीं, वही थी, अब मैं तो कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं थी, मैं खुद भी कर रही हूँ। दादी और पापा के आशीर्वाद और मेरा गुरु है अंजलि भागवत के, उसके कोच वजह मैंने सिखाया जो करने करो, लेकिन पॉजिटिव सोचो तो कर लिए, तो मेरा वो रैंक 6 और अभी सेकंड ओलंपिक में ब्राजील में हुआ तो धनुष के साथ मिक्स टीम में मुझे गोल्ड मेडल मिला। तो दादी ओलंपिक होने से पहले दुनिया में नहीं है अभी, उसने मुझे मेरा प्रॉमिस दिया था कि आप पता कितने आवश्यक आएंगे, लेकिन दादी ने मुझे वादा दिया कि अब मेडल अवश्य मिलेगा। लेकिन अचानक उसकी मौत होने के बाद तो मैंने उसका स्वप्न मैंने पूरा कर दिया, तो मेरा तो अच्छा लग रहा है और मेरा कोई कुछ नहीं।
देखिए प्रियेशा, सबसे पहले तो मैं अंजलि भागवत जी को भी बधाई देता हूँ कि उन्होंने तुम्हारे लिए अपना इतना जी जान से मेहनत की।
थैंक यू सर।
तो मैं सचमुच में बताता हूँ कि एक तो तुम्हारे माता पिता का, लेकिन कोच भी अगर जी जान से तुम्हारे लिए काम करता है तो उसके कारण बहुत बड़ा बदलाव मैं देख रहा हूँ। अच्छा ये बताओ, आप हो तो पुणे से हैं और पुणे के लोग तो बहुत शुद्ध मराठी बोलते हैं।
हाँ पता है, मैं मराठी बोलती हूँ। मैं मराठी हिंदी सब बोलती हूँ, लेकिन प्रॉब्लम ऐसा है मराठी में तो मुझे मेरी लैंग्वेज होते हैं, मेरा सोचा कि दुनिया में एक लैंग्वेज नहीं बात करना, सब लैंग्वेज बात करते हैं, लेकिन मैं बात करते मराठी में।
मुझे ये भी बताया गया आपकी दादी ने हमेशा आपको प्रोत्साहित किया, कभी निराश नहीं होने दिया, कभी आपको उदास नहीं होने दिया, अनेक चुनौतियों को आप पार कर पाई। और जैसा मुझे बताया गया है कि आपने नए नए तरीके से इसको सीखने का प्रयास किया है। मैं आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ, बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ, आप सबको प्रेरणा देती रहेगी।
जाफरीन शेख, टेनिस।
हाँ जाफरीन, नमस्ते।
I'm Jaffreen Che, tennis player. I'm happy bronze medal in Olympic 2021. मुझे मेरे पापा बहुत सपोर्ट करते हैं, मुझे बहुत मेहनत करते हैं। मैं 70 ईयर्स है, मेरा मेडल बहुत मेडल लिखा, इंडिया मेडल लिखा है, बहुत मेडल लिखा है। तो नचाई मुझे बहुत मेहनत करते, हमें बहुत करते, कॉम्प्लीट करते, नचाई मुझे बहुत हार्ड वर्क करते। इंडिया फर्स्ट फर्नीचर आगे जा रहे हैं, हमें नहीं जानते आगे जाती मैं। और 50 प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया नरेंद्र मोदी, thank you for welcome. I'm very happy to all happy Pacham.
अच्छा जाफरीन, आप और पृथ्वी शेखर, आपकी जोड़ी ने बड़ी कमाल कर दिया। आप दोनों एक दूसरे को कोर्ट में मदद कैसे करते हैं, एक दूसरे की मदद कैसे करते हैं?
हम दोनों सपोर्ट करते हैं, हम दोनों होती चाहते, हम दोनों पाइप खेले हैं, हमारा पाइप खेले, हमारा इंडिया में आगे चढ़े हैं, हम दोनों नहीं जानते, हमें होती चढ़ा आगे है, हमें ब्रॉन्ज मेडल लाया था।
देखिए टेनिस में मैं तो कोई खिलाड़ी नहीं रहा हूं, मुझे वो नसीब नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन कहते हैं कि टेनिस एक ऐसा खेल है जिसमें टेक्निक पर बड़ा बल रहता है और टेक्निक की तरफ काफी फोकस रहता है। आपने इस खेल को ना सिर्फ अपनाया, लेकिन कई बार आपने देश का नाम ऊंचा किया। इन चीजों को आत्मसात करने में आपको मेहनत कितनी पड़ती थी?
मुझे बहुत मिनट थे हमेशा बहुत मिनट थे हमेशा कॉन्फिडेंस सकते हमें नहीं जानते हमें अभी अभी खेलते हैं बहुत आगे जा रहे हैं बहुत खेलते।
अच्छा, आप एक प्रकार से देश की बेटियों का उनके सामर्थ्य का एक प्रकार से पर्याय तो है ही है, साथ ही आप छोटी छोटी बच्चियों के लिए भी एक प्रेरणा है। आपने साबित कर दिया है कि भारत की बेटी अगर कुछ ठान ले तो कोई भी बाधा उसको रोक नहीं सकती है। मेरी तरफ से जाफरीन को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। आपके पिताजी को विशेष रूप से अभिनंदन कि उन्होंने आपके पीछे इतनी मेहनत की और आपको यहाँ तक पहुंचाया।
आपको सपोर्ट करता और आगे वाले सपोर्ट करो।
मैं करूंगा।
थैंक यू।
मैं करूंगा। आपकी ये ऊर्जा, मैं कह सकता हूं कि जो मुकाम आप लोगों ने हासिल किया, आपका जज्बा इससे बहुत आगे जाने का है। ये जज्बा बनाकर रखिएगा, ये जोश बनाकर रखिएगा। इसी जोश से देश की जीत के नए रास्ते खुलेंगे, भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य का निर्माण होगा। और मैं मानता हूं हमारे जनरल खेल की जगत में कोई व्यक्ति नाम लेते के आता है तो वहां के स्पोर्ट्स कल्चर की, स्पोर्ट्स एबिलिटी की बात होती है, लेकिन कोई दिव्यांग, कोई शारीरिक रूप से मजबूरी में जिंदगी गुजारने वाला व्यक्ति, वो जब दुनिया के अंदर नाम रोशन करता है तो वो सिर्फ खिलाड़ी जीत करके नहीं आता है, वो सिर्फ खेल का खेल नहीं रहता है, वो उस देश की छवि को भी लेके जाता है कि हाँ, ये देश ऐसा है कि जहां दिव्यांग जनों के प्रति भी यही संवेदना है, यही भाव है और यही सामर्थ्य की पूजा वो देश करता है। ये बहुत बड़ी ताकत होती है और इसके कारण दुनिया में आप जहां भी गए होंगे, दुनिया में जब भी आपके इस सिद्धि को किसी ने देखा होगा तो आपको देखता होगा, आपके खेल को देखता होगा, आपके मेडल को देखता होगा, लेकिन बैक ऑफ द माइंड सोचता होगा, अच्छा हिंदुस्तान में ये वातावरण है, हर एक को समानता है, हर एक को अवसर है और उससे देश की छवि बनती है। यानी सामान्य खिलाड़ी देश की छवि बनाता है, उससे अनेक गुना ज्यादा अच्छी छवि देश की बनाने का काम आपके द्वारा होता है, आपके प्रयत्नों के द्वारा होता है। यानी ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी बात है। आप सभी को एक बार फिर इस शानदार जीत के लिए और देश का नाम रोशन करने के लिए, देश का नाम ऊंचा करने के लिए, भारत का तिरंगा झंडा फहराने के लिए, और वो भी आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं, उस समय देश के तिरंगे को फहराने के लिए आप सब बहुत बहुत बधाई के पात्र हैं। आपके इस पुरुषार्थ में आपके परिवारजनों का, आपके माता पिता का, आपका कोचिज का, आपके आसपास का जो एनवायरनमेंट होगा, उन सबका बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है और इसलिए उन सबको भी मैं बधाई देता हूं। जिन भी खिलाड़ियों ने इस वैश्विक प्रतिस्पर्धा में हिस्सा लिया, उन्होंने पूरे देश के सामने हौसले का एक अभूतपूर्व उदाहरण प्रस्तुत किया है। कुछ लोग होंगे जो मेडल तक शायद नहीं पहुंच पाए होंगे, लेकिन ये मान के चलिए कि उस मेडल ने आपको देख लिया है। अब वो मेडल आपका इंतजार कर रहा है, वो मेडल आपका इंतजार कर रहा है। आप ये मत सोचिए कि अब आप पीछे हैं, आप जरूर सिद्धि प्राप्त करेंगे, आप विजयी होकर के आएंगे और जो विजयी हुए हैं वे भी अब तो आपकी प्रेरणा का कारण बनेंगे और इस खेल के अंदर आज तक के सारे रिकॉर्ड आप तोड़ के आए हैं। हिंदुस्तान के सारे
Breaking news now. Bail has been granted to the professor of the Delhi University, Ratan Lal. Ratan Lal has been granted bail. This is the professor of the Delhi University who was arrested earlier over the derogatory post that was posted on social media. The Delhi court, which was hearing his case, has now granted Professor Ratan Lal bail. Now, there were screenshots earlier of this university professor that showed he posted the photo of the shivling, and then he made some very, very insulting, derogatory remarks about the shivling, and he was arrested later on. The complainant in this particular case had said that Ratan Lal had hurt sentiments, sharing a derogatory, inciting, provocative tweet on the shivling. We'll take a short break now. Coming back with more breaking news updates.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
This is the very area where the tunnel collapsed yesterday, and today entire mountain that was here totally collapsed. Inclement weather conditions, not favorable for the relief and rescue operation. Even the bridge Sarjeevan is showing you is not that secure, though it survived, but it is not secure as heavy rains have lashed the entire area, and now it is going to take another 1 to 2 days for them to start looking for those 9 persons who are still missing.
Navjot Singh Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination from court premises, and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals as well.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is
More unseen footage and pictures emerge from the Gyanvapi mosque, giving more credence to the claims of prayers being held there. Delhi University professor arrested, granted bail over derogatory post on shivling. A 24-year-old killed for inter-caste marriage in Hyderabad. There's a Justice for Neeraj campaign that's begun. Congress lands in another controversy, rakes up Rahul Gandhi's defense of 1984 riots on his death anniversary. In London, Rahul Gandhi does it again, compares India-China standoff to the Ukraine crisis. BJP strikes back, says Rahul Gandhi is on a anti-India tirade. 5 dead, many fear trapped, still under the Ramban tunnel collapse site. Rescue operations continue. Getting in some more breaking news now of this Delhi University professor Ratan Lal, who was arrested for making a derogatory comment on the Shivling. He's now been granted bail. This is a breaking news update coming in. I'd like to go across to my colleague Ananya reporting the story from Delhi on the development so far. Let's tell you that as of this minute, we have details of how a Delhi court has granted bail to the Delhi University professor Ratan Lal. He's been asked to furnish a bond of 50,000 rupees and surety amount, and the complainant has responded saying that they will receive the order and then approach to prosecute and file their appeal against this particular bail that has now been granted. Let me go across to Ananya joining us with the details. Ananya, what happened in court?
Well, yes, Niranjan, both the sides put forth their argument, while the Delhi police said that if he is granted bail, then a wrong message would go to the society. But his lawyers were continuously arguing that this is a case where bail can be granted. There's nothing very threatening, and he is not somebody who can influence the witness, or there is no witness in this case, in fact. So now the court has granted him bail on a personal bail bond of 50,000 rupees and two sureties of like amount after noting all the facts and the arguments put forth by both the sides. Remember that the Delhi police were definitely pushing that if he is granted bail in this case, then more of such incidents can come forward in this whole matter. But now the Delhi police is clearly, the court has now clearly granted bail to Professor Ratan Lal into this whole case. And in fact, various arguments were put forth by both the sides, where the defense claimed that he was a worshipper of Shiva and he had no intention to do this tweet and whatever. But then the Delhi police was very, very clear that if he is granted bail, then a wrong message would go into the society. But now the court order is out that he's been granted bail into this whole case. However, this doesn't mean that the prosecution has no case left. Bail is just something that he's not needed in custody, because remember, the Delhi police had also not sought his police custody remand but the judicial custody, and hence the court must have noted this fact. The detailed order is yet to be out, and we'll have to wait and watch as to what observations has been made by the court and what are the further conditions that have been imposed on him with regards to the grant of this bail. But however, the tweets that he had made were very derogatory and the contents of the same cannot be shared on the national television, and hence I would not like to divulge into that. But his statements were something derogatory. The various BJP leaders had also tweeted regarding this, and a complaint was filed by Advocate Vineet Jindal in this particular case, and following which an FIR was registered for disturbing the enmity between two groups and also the charges of the IPC. But now he has been granted bail into this whole case. Niranjan.
Thank you for that. The first details coming in. Ananya reporting on the story. Let's move on and get you some more breaking news updates coming in. The Delhi University professor was arrested, has now been granted bail. The civil court in the Gyanvapi case has submitted a report to the district judge as the district court now takes over the case. The Supreme Court had ordered the district court to take over the case and has also issued an 8-week deadline to the district judge to look at the maintainability of the petition. And we have some breaking news now coming in that the district judge has officially taken over. He will now get 8 weeks time to ensure that the case sees some finality. Now, that's the update that we have, that the case files have been handed over. Meanwhile, let's go across also to Piyush live. Piyush accessed a few pictures earlier today of how prayers were held at the Gyanvapi mosque. He had some pictures that we accessed of the Ma Shringar Gauri, deity being worshipped. When are these videos? When were these videos recorded, Piyush? What do we know? We'll also play those pictures out in the middle so that you get an idea.
Well, Niranjan, if you talk about these pictures have been accessed by us from a very credible source, and the person who is also seen in that particular picture has also spoken to us, where he is told us that he offered the prayers there at Ma Gauri Shringar temple there inside the Gyan Vapi complex in April of this very year, which means that these pictures are of April 2022, which means of last month. Recently the prayers took place there. What is the petition? There is a petition also in the court by the Hindu side that they should be allowed to offer prayers every day of the week, though they are allowed to offer prayers only once in a year. So that is why they want to offer prayers every day of the year. And in these pictures, we can clearly see as to how people are seen, local people of Varanasi are seen taking out a procession and then going there at Gyanvapi complex and offering prayers. We can also see as to how a person is also offering water to Ma Shringar Gauri. There is a clear picture also of Ma Shringar Gauri which has come out for the very first time. There is one more picture, Niranjan, and that is of Nandi directly facing towards the Shivling, the place where the Shivling was also found. So multiple exclusive pictures have been accessed by us. We have also spoken to the man who has told us the kind of rituals those people follow here while they offer prayers there at the Gyanvapi complex. They are inside the complex at the western wall of the mosque where there is temple of Ma Shringar Gauri. So many things have now come out, and if you talk about the district court, remember that yesterday itself Supreme Court had directed the district court to hear the matter and finish the hearing in just 8 weeks, and that is why these reports, those were submitted there inside the sessions court, have now been placed there at district court. Most likely we are most likely the case is likely to be heard on May